Dare you enter the Chamber of Symbolism? Don't be afraid, there are no ghouls here. Only murder's most foul. Murder's most foul, that's right. It's Happy Halloween, folks. We're here to talk about the most terrifying, the most horrifying, the most abominable murders, most... You get the idea. And so, I will go ahead and just crank this music down here, wait for the logo, and... Oh, my. Hello, everyone. Who are these lovely people next to me? Say hello, Mickey, or I mean Cersei Lannister, and Nettles Waters, a.k.a. What is beneath the hood? Yours.
Hello.
Hi.
Show everyone your costume, Nettles.
All right, so trying to be on theme here. So I'm already wearing the Doing Crimes hood, so nefarious, evil, you know what it is. But underneath, got the ears going.
Say it ain't so.
Ren Fair, Child of the Forest, the true villains of A Song of Ice and Fire. You know, they've been killing the game since the Hammer of the Waters, sacrificing their young. So if we're going to talk about horror Halloween themes, you know I had to do it big with the Ren Fair, Child of the Forest.
That's fair, although when you count them up, Cersei Lannister's done quite a few murders, hasn't she, Mickey?
It's true. And I've been trying to perfect like a disgusted look where she's always like at people, you know?
You need the wine glass to scowl over to hide your
Maybe.
smile.
I have a Stanley. That's modern day Cersei.
That is so apt. No, that is exact.
There we go.
Okay, well let's show everybody what we've got going on here, and I'll throw my overlay here. It's the top 20 scenes of murder and mayhem, as I said, and I'll try not to lapse into that voice too much. But we really do have actually a lot to talk about. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. So let's just talk about this couple basic things here, which is called subscribe to our channels, please. We're here doing it for you. And Girl Nettles, you know where to find her on YouTube at Girl Nettles. Mickey is on Twitch, where she does gaming and also yapping about stuff, as she says, right? But you say smart and funny things and stuff.
Yeah, I tend to deliver yappuccinos, you know?
Many yappuccinos are delivered. So check out Mickey on Twitch TV, even if you're not a gamer. If you're just looking for something to listen to and hang out, the dulcet tones of Mickey are there for you. So thanks for joining me, guys. And Mickey and I worked up this document, and we Nettles is our throwing her in the deep end guest. As we know, Nettles is always ready, guns blazing. And so, yes, we've pulled quotes. And here's oh no, I didn't finish. Look at this. I'm already going off script. You're supposed to subscribe, thumbs up the stream. It's right here. See, I can follow this. Everyone can follow it. If you want to join the conversation on Discord, you can join Patreon, patreon.com/David Lightbringer. For mod, we'll drop that in the chat. That'd be sick, so I don't have to do that. And then also you could hit the join button here on YouTube. It's $5 a month. You get little privileges in the chat. One free super chat message per month, and you can be a squisher. You get a little squisher icon. Either one of those things will get you access to our Discord, which is a safe place to talk about A Song of Ice and Fire and many other things, actually. It's essentially our live chat community extended, and we got hundreds of people in there, all kinds of topics, categories, read-alongs, hangouts. There's lots of fun stuff, and it's all non-toxic and safe, so that's the best part. And thank you for coming, because we like the cut of your jib. All right. So, murder's most foul. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you the quick setup. Thank you, Farrah. I see you. The circumstances for each murder. The basic. Here's where it was in the story. Here's what's leading up to it. The murder weapons. Okay. The killers. And then how George set the vibes. We're kind of highlighting the fact that George likes to moonlight as a horror writer. And there's, you know, what's really interesting, Nettles and Mickey, as I went through these scenes preparing for this, there's so many, I think George must be emulating different horror scenes from movies and books that he's watched and read, because there's so many different ways that he sets the scene. There's ones where you don't see the killing, and there's one where you're right in the middle of it, like the Red Wedding. And there's just, yeah, you're going to see that George really has some different writing techniques. So we're going to read the quotes. We're going to get into it and give these fine folks a chance to cook. Of course, if you see the Littlefinger stream recently, you know that Nettles can bring it when we get to character voices. So, yeah. And Mickey, you're also pretty good. And I'm just going to try to keep up the standard here, keep up the floor, and look for the silliest voices to do. That's my thing. And then, so then after we've read the quote, we'll have a little mini debate about what were the motives. Not a debate, but we'll just sort of, discuss what were the various motives of the people involved. Sometimes there's more than one killer, of course. And then what was the fallout? What was the effect on the story? And we're going to try to go kind of rapid fire, so it has that light on its feet kind of thing. But maybe we'll spend 30 minutes on the first one. Who knows? We'll do our best. Here's the list. Mickey, you want to read off the first 10?
Yeah, of course. We got the Mormont Mutiny. We have Rattleshirt, who's glamored as Mance. We have Cressen, Shadow Baby murders, all the stuff the Faceless Men did. Of course, Ramsay's mother, the Red Wedding, Dany, who we're calling a butcher, Qhorin Halfhand, and Daeron the singer.
Yeah, air quotes. Yeah, permit me the air quotes on Butcher Queen. And then we've got Daeron the singer, the Karstark killings, a series of reprisal killings. Theon as the Prince of Winterfell. It's just a total mess there. Cersei and Qyburn's many victims. Then also the many murders of Littlefinger, which we're going to kind of speed run because, of course, we just did the Littlefinger stream and talked about most of these, but there'll just be a couple points we'll hit. And then Shae and Tywin killed by Tyrion. Jon Snow's mutiny, so yet another Night's Watch Lord Commander mutiny. It happens a lot around there, they're kind of bored. Qhorin Lannister's killing at the end of Dance. Thistle killed by Varamir. That's a right in the middle of it one. Rickard and Brandon's, possibly this is the most twisted. I don't know. We'll give you guys a chance to weigh in on all this, obviously. And then Frey Pies. So close with something lighter, little fun, lighthearted. So then we've got, and then a couple of honorable mentions, just so you don't think we forgot. Micah the Butcher's Boy and Lady, killed in Game of Thrones on the orders of kings, essentially. Joffrey putting the Hound up to killing Micah, and then Robert putting Ned up to killing Lady. I think that's an unfortunate and sad parallel. Waymar Royce and the Watchmen at the Fist, murdered by the others. It's kind of like murder. It's more magical. So we're not going to talk about that today. There's a few Relorist burnings, which are murder, but it's tied into religion and stuff. We had to cut something, so we're not going to talk about Relorism today so much. But those Peasbury cannibals did kind of deserve to die. I don't know about fire, but yeah, I mean, nasty cannibalism. They ate the fell. They ate Harwood Fell, man. I'm kidding. No one deserves to die. By the way, everything we're talking about is all fictional. It's the case if anyone's listening. YouTube, it's fictional characters, fictional murders. Nobody endorses murder. And Stoneheart's revenge killings, honorable mention, Merritt Frey, etc. And Mandon Moore trying and failing to kill Tyrion on the Bridge of Ships, and then Pod pushed him in the water. So screw you, Mandon Moore. Yes, and then for each one, we're also going to do a quick poll. So here's the 4 choices that we're going to have. There's I might have done that. Okay, it's a couple that we might endorse. Some people be against any sort of murder. That's a good position to have. But there's a couple, I might have done that. Then there's not cool, but it's Westeros. It's the Game of Thrones. Yes, it's murder, but it's the Game of Thrones. Third option, yikes. That's nasty. Okay. And then fourth is abomination, of course, abomination. And I'll leave it to y'all in the chat to figure out what that means or whatever. We're just going to do that for each murder so we have an idea. And then at the end, if we have time, maybe we'll take like the 4 worst ones and put them in a poll. So with that said, let's talk about the Mormont mutiny. It's a
Wait, but before we start, you didn't say what your costume is. People are wondering in the chat.
Oh, well, of course I'm Garth the Green. I'm just not feeling horny because we're talking about murder and it's not sexy. So I'm Garth
Okay.
the Green without
Okay.
antlers. And I couldn't find them. I just moved, okay? I just moved and this is what I got. So if you do want a Garth the Green t-shirt though, you can get that at a link right below me, just inches below my face. The Bonfire Store will get you one. So, and many other fine t-shirts besides. So set the stage, Mickey. Mormont mutiny. What's going on here and what's happening?
Okay, so we just survived as best as we could from the Fist of the First. So we're down quite a bit of men. We're hungry. We're starving. I mean, it was a bloodbath, really. So we're going back to the wall, and of course, we had to stop at Craster's place. And I'll just be honest with you guys. Nobody likes Craster. No, he's nasty. He's maybe ugly. I mean, I'm not gonna be a hater. I don't know. Um, but a lot of the Night Watch doesn't agree with how Craster lives his life, especially as we know John says something. So there's growing tensions already. One, they're hungry, they're hangry, they got to eat, they're tired, they just witnessed a murder, and now they're going to someone who kind of treats them like shit and talks bad about them. So
I
we're
never
going
thought
to,
about the role that hangriness played in the
yeah,
craft, but you're very true. This is like hangry taken to the nth degree. Carry on.
it is. And so you're coming into this sitting with this guy who also doesn't like you, kind of demands whatever Mormont will give him, and Mormont kind of bows down to him. So they're already looking at Mormont like, you're not really a leader. Like, we wouldn't do it that way, and I don't like how you're representing us. And so it's like the final straw happens when his daughter wives kind of bring out some bread, and they're like, whoa, 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 we're just getting bread. And they're like, that's it. And it was the straw that broke the camel's back. And some smack talking happens with the Night's Watch and Craster, and well, it all goes wrong.
And then and
It
then the
all
other
goes
part of it, of course, is that these people were planning a mutiny before the Fist, and it got delayed. So those same
yeah.
people sort of come regroup and were like, yeah, and that's why they're so aggressive when escalating. You know, they're bread, pork. He's got gravies, apples. I'm doing the Monty Python skit. Churches, throw into the pond. Sorry, all kinds of food down there. And, Mormont's like quiet and they're just not listening to him. The tension is escalating horrifically. But yeah, that's because these people already have an understanding that they're ready to murder Mormont. They've had enough of all this crap, this ranging and dead people, and they basically blame him. So, Nettles, would you like to read this passage here? And let's see, do we want to separate? Let's see what voices we got, I guess.
Vibes.
There's Mormont, there's Dirk, Garth Greenaway. I guess I'll do Mormont since I did. And then y'all take the other murderers, I guess. So you take Dirk, Nettles, and then you can take who's the next one? Allo Lophand, I guess would be okay. The Lord Commander stood over Craster's corpse dark with anger. The gods will curse us, he cried. There is no crime so foul as for a guest to bring murder into a man's hall. By all the laws of the hearth, we...
There are no laws beyond the wall, old man. Remember? Dirk grabbed one of Craster's wives by the arm and shoved the point of his bloody dirk up under her chin. Show us where he keeps the food, or you'll get the same as he did, woman.
And this is after Craster's just been murdered. We should say. We just can't. We'd love to read the whole chapter with all these, but we had to make some cuts. So unhand her. Mormont took a step. I'll have your head for this, you.
Garth the Greenaway blocked his path, and Halfhand yanked him back. They both had blades in hand. Hold your tongue, Alla warned. Instead, the Lord Commander grabbed his dagger. Allo had only one hand, but that was quick. He twisted free of the old man's grasp, shoved the knife into Mormont's belly, and yanked it out again, all red. And then the world went mad.
Take this part, Nettles.
Later, much later, Sam found himself sitting cross-legged on the floor, with Mormont's head in his lap. He did not remember how they'd gotten there, or much of anything else that had happened after the old bear was stabbed. Garth of Greenaway had killed Garth of Oldtown. He recalled, but not why. Rolly of Sisterton had fallen from the loft and broken his neck after climbing the ladder to have a taste of Craster's wives. Gren had shouted and slapped him, and then he'd run away with Giant and Dolorous Ed and some others. Craster still sprawled across Sir Byram, but the wounded knight no longer moaned. 4 men in black sat on the bench eating chunks of burned horse meat, while Allo coupled with a weeping woman on the table.
So, yeah. And then, Tarly. When he tried to speak, the blood dribbled from the old bear's mouth down into his beard. Tarly, go. So, the fallout. I listed these for a couple and then deleted them. I forgot to delete these. But, okay. So, here's the fallout. Sam escapes, obviously. The Night's Watch is leaderless now. Craster's no longer giving babies to the others, which maybe is a problem. And the Watch has now lost their contact in the north. So this is a pretty big event. And what would we say the motives were, besides Hanger?
I don't know. These men have no schooling. I don't think they motive is an appropriate word. I think it's literally just lashing out. Oh, I don't like this. Let me ruin it for everyone. Ruin it for myself. Ruin it for everyone. I don't even think it's something like, oh, let's take Mormont out so we could be Lord Commander. Because you see what they did. They just stayed at Craster's. This is just one of the worst types of villainy for me because it kind of makes no sense.
So
yeah.
They're basically fed up, right? That was the genesis of this. Is they're mad about being at the wall. They don't take it as any sort of actual responsibility. Where Mormont takes the responsibility seriously, right? And so they're just pissed at having to go north from the wall. By the way, this is the murder of Mormont that we're ranking, not Craster. It's the murder of Mormont. I see, not cool, but that's Westeros. This is a little making me. That's not exactly normal for Westeros to mutiny the Lord Commander of the Watch. I would say that's a little worse than that. So just to make sure we're on the same page here, we're talking about the mutiny of Lord Commander Mormont.
Yeah. I would say, so to summarize for me, I would say the motive was a crime of passion.
How would you describe the motive? Yeah, sorry. Some people did think we were talking about Craster. No, we just read this is the Mormont mutiny. I'll remind everybody before the quote reading, but yeah, this is the Mormont mutiny that we're debating here. So I think some people already voted. I mean, no, killing Craster is that's a violation of guest rights. So that's actually an abomination too. But
we'll forgive it.
I think a really big thing that comes out of this is it shows how fragile the Night's Watch is. I mean, because we kind of come into this where Jon has to deal with the fact that everyone has a backstory here. They're criminals, they're outcasts. But then there's this push of, no, we're brothers. We're in it to win it. But then all of a sudden, it's so easy to break. And this isn't the first time it happens. It's not the last. It's a foreshadowing of what's going to happen with Jon. Because again, Jon's Night Watch daddy, right? Killed by a mutiny. Jon killed by a mutiny. And it just really parallels. I mean, these people, Mormont has an alliance with Craster. They don't like that. Jon has an alliance with Wildling. They don't like that. And it's just an overall mistrust of leadership that they're forced to be there, right? You kind of can't opt out of being in the Night's Watch or you're killed. So,
Well said. Well said. Yeah, like once you're beyond the wall, like they just feel less restrained. They're like, we're out here camping in the wilderness, and you're the one saying we've got to keep doing this. Like it's kind of that basic. So it's very dishonorable. And I would say killing the Lord Commander of the Watch is actually an abomination because the Lord Commander of the Watch is a sacred duty. You know, and it goes back to the Long Night and the others. So, yeah. And you're right. There is a parallel there with obviously trusting Craster is a little more morally gray than Jon's decision to bring the wildlings through the wall, which is pretty much a good thing that Bowen Marsh hates because he's a racist. So that's a little more clear cut. But yeah, so I would rank that abomination. But like I said, apologies if there was any confusion on the poll. But yeah, we've got the votes filing in. So is this, yeah, I was going to say, do you think Craster not being able to give babies to the others is doing anything? But that's me getting into a magical conversation, and we're here to talk about murder, so let's not do that.
Yeah.
While this poll finishes up, let's go ahead and set the stage for this next one, which is Rattleshirt's execution. Rattleshirt's execution is a pretty sticky one because he's glamored as Mance Rayder. So lack of consent, I'm not sure if like it's not the right phrase, but like there's a deception here, right? I mean, not right, there is, but what's the
Rattleshirt doesn't have consent. He's a prisoner. He's a prisoner of war. His life is forfeit. I shed no tears for Rattleshirt.
Yeah, it's obviously not consent's not quite the right word, but it's like if you're going to put somebody on trial and declare them guilty, then you've got to like do that openly or it's not a legitimate state activity. So there's something kind of wrong about the way this is done. And of course, this is when the wildlings are being let through the wall, and Mel and Stannis and the Night's Watch are essentially doing this public execution of Mance Rayder to show the power of R'hllor and King Stannis and to put some fear in the wildlings and stuff like that. But yeah, and in fact, this quote might be one that we don't have to read all of. The key is that George is dropping, we don't know that it's Rattleshirt when it's happening, but George drops little clues because he says, you know, he clawed at the noose about his neck with bound hands and screamed incoherently of treachery and witchery, denying his kingship. I'm not the king. I'm not. He's basically denying that he's the king beyond the wall, denying his people, denying his name, denying all that he had ever been, because he wasn't all that he had ever been. He's not Mance Rayder. So later when we find out that that was Rattleshirt, it's interesting to go back and read that, essentially. That's kind of the punch of how George wrote this. And then the rest of it, there's some really great symbolism. It's really great. I'm sorry. It's a person being burned alive in a cage of weirwood and stuff. It's the symbolism is kind of off the charts, though. And we've talked about that many times. There's the horn, the kind of looks like Euron's Dragonbinder horn that they found in the Frostfangs. I'm going to make a whole video about that at some point. But we're not here to talk about that today. This is mostly on the murder. So it's a public execution. Yeah. What else would you have to say, Nettles, about the circumstances of this murder, the motive, and how it was done?
Well, circumstances, like, although, like I said, I shed no tears for Rattleshirt, but we're talking about, horror elements, like, to be Rattleshirt, because part of, like, as we're analyzing these 20 scenarios, I'm thinking about it, like, what it's like to read it, but also, like, what would it like to be the person dying, And so, like, yeah, this is almost like Hodor, because you have Rattleshirt that's in a body that's not his, and he's screaming inside, like, Hodor is not screaming, he's cowering but screaming internally, but still, like, Yeah, this kind of once as you were describing it, David, the word that popped into my head was Hodor. And that's horror all of in and of itself. Now let's add fire killing to that horror.
And then the final, I didn't read the last bit of it, but of course, Jon and a couple of his watchmen mercy kill who they think is Mance Rayder, because Jon has some level of affection and respect for Mance Rayder and thinks that it's kind of wrong that he's being killed in such a grisly way, being burned alive like this. And so, yeah, we see that that's the last bit. Jon Snow had seen enough. Now, he said, Olmer of the Kingswood, who, remember, is like really good, jammed his spear into the ground, unslung his bow, slipped a black arrow from his quiver. Sweet Donald Hill threw back his hood to do the same. Garth Greyfeather and Bearded Ben knocked shafts, bent their bows loosed. One arrow took Mance in the chest, one in the gut, one in the throat. The fourth struck one of the cage's wooden bars and quivered for an instant before catching fire. A woman's sobs echoed off the wall. Hi, Nissa Nissa. I'm sorry, we're not doing symbolism. And the wildling king bonelessly slid to the floor of his cage, wreathed in fire. There's no symbolism here. And now his watch is done, Jon murmured softly. So this isn't Mance, but it is a touching moment where we see Jon's respect for Mance, who's kind of his enemy, but kind of his father figure. It's complicated. Yeah, so thoughts, Mickey, on this scene?
So I'm not going to defend Rattleshirt. I think he's pretty brutal in general, but it feels like we're watching a witch being burned. Because while, yes, Rattleshirt is guilty of a lot of things, he is not Mance Rayder. So it's, a falsity, just like women were in literature and in real life, hunted down, and they were not witches, but still got burned, right, against their will. So just the imagery of him going up in flames really, like, that's what I saw in my mind. Just
You're
like,
right, and the witch burning was a way of saying, like, oh, the Christian God is stronger. This is an abomination. That's what Melisandre is saying. Like, this is the demon horn from hell. Your false king will burn. There's no power but R'hllor and Stannis with Lightbringer. So it's very much a religious like lesson that's being taught through horror. It's exactly the same. So that's a good comparison. All right. So the chat says 39% might have executed Rattleshirt in disguise as Mance in order to prove a political point. Okay. 32% says not cool, but that's Westeros. That's probably what I would rate this one as. This is a political example. No, it's not legal. Like I said, the state needs to be straightforward when it executes people. If the state has the power to execute people, which is a whole nother debate. So I would say not cool, but that's Westeros. You can understand the politics of it. Burning people alive is nasty. So I respect you, yikes, that's nasty people, and you abomination people. So there you have it. Hey, we could do this. We might get through this in less than 10 hours. It could happen. All right, yeah. So some of these are going to be a little more, either I have a longer quote or there'll be more of a weird, sticky debate. But yeah, I've influenced the poll. What would you guys put it as?
Not cool, but that's Westeros.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I would have done probably an abomination because it isn't Mance Rayder. So for me, if you're going to prove a point, it might as well be the real deal. But we all of us tend to like Mance over Rattleshirt. I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it had been Mance in there, I think people would have been more upset. So it's I think people are more moved by like the person that they care about other than the legality of, if it's straightforward or not. It's interesting. Okay, y'all exposing yourselves here on the streaming. That's your choice. That's cool. All right, so Maester Cressen, of course, this is an interesting one. This is an attempted murder that backfires. Whatever I say, I'm rubber, you're glue, something like that. That's what Melisandre said under her breath. I'm rubber, you're glue, yada yada. And so this was Cressen is using the Strangler And really, the interesting thing here with this one is that it's not even the murder scene. The murder scene is cool in the sense that like there's a lot of power dynamics, and Cressen is being humiliated, but he's bravely soldiering on. He's like, no, I'm going to do this. He obviously understands that he's probably going to die in order to try to carry this out, and so he's willing to he's a suicide killer essentially. But the interesting thing is that we hear his monologue before he does it. We hear him work himself up to the deed and justify it in his head. And this is very interesting. So we'll just all take turns reading this. It's all Cressen monologue, but Nettles, go ahead and start, and then Mickey pick up after a certain point.
Am I starting at yet he had never?
Yeah, let me make this bigger so I see you sort of leaning into the screen here. Let me,
I'll probably do that anyways, but that's good.
Okay.
Yet he had never loved Dragonstone, nor ever felt truly at home here. Of late, when he woke from restless dreams in which the Red Woman figured disturbingly, he often did not know where he was. When a maester donned his collar, he put aside the hope of children, yet Cressen had oft felt a father none the less. Robert, Stannis, Renly, 3 sons he had raised after the angry sea claimed Lord Stefan. Had he done so ill that now he must watch one kill the other? He could not allow it, would not allow it. The woman was the heart of it. Okay, I've read enough.
And so just to clarify this poll, this is, if you're Cressen, would you have attempted to kill Melisandre? That's what we're judging, is Cressen's act. We can talk about the Melisandre part of it too, but yeah. She tried to talk Cressen out of it. So it's pretty hard to judge her too much for using her magic to defend herself from poison, right? So I think it's Cressen's sort of suicide mission that's interesting here. So this is what we're voting about. If you're Cressen, would you have tried to kill Melisandre, or do you think, yeah? So go ahead, Mickey.
Not the Lady Cersei, the other one. The
Selyse.
Red Woman. Selyse? I'm sorry. I don't know. I've never heard the audiobooks. I've just read it. The Red Woman, the servants had named her, afraid to speak her name. I will speak her name, Cressen told his stone hellhound. Melisandre. Her. Melisandre of a shy sorceress, shadowbinder, and priestess to Rolor, the Lord of Light, the heart of fire, the god of flame and shadow. Melisandre, whose madness must not be allowed to spread beyond Dragonstone. All the world knew that a maester forged his silver link when he learned the art of healing, but the world preferred to forget the man who knew how to heal, also knew how to kill.
So the thing I wanted to highlight here was like, he is very afraid of her. He like has to get himself up just to speak her. He's like, I will speak her name. I will say it. Melisandre. So like, you can see just like he's very afraid of her power, and her power is real to him. And yet he's still going to try to go up against her. So there's a certain kind of courage here, I guess. But these are 2 fanatics, I think is the point. Melisandre is a fanatic. So is Cressen. Cressen is radicalizing himself right here in these paragraphs. Must not allow it. And then it says, of course, yeah, interesting. The world likes to forget, but yes, doctors would understand poison, right? That's the idea. The maesters are more than doctors. They're everything's, so, and then it says, yet when he closed his eyes, he could still see the light of the comet, red and fiery and vividly alive amidst the darkness of his dreams. Perhaps it is my comet, he thought drowsily at the last, just before sleep took him, an omen of blood foretelling murder. Yes. So, again, a fanatic. Cressen, the maester, is looking at the comet just like everybody else and going, maybe it means it's something I'm supposed to do. I'm destined to do this murder.
Yeah.
So yeah, thoughts.
Great horror writing. I mean, I bought it, what George was selling. Like, I'm there with Cressen. Like, the fact that he's thinking of his sons as like motivation to talk himself up to doing this. So, and thinking about like me in his reading this, knowing how he dies, it makes the death that much worse because you know that he fails. So I think it's one thing to die. Oh, I died in a car accident. Oh, it was an accident, not my fault. But imagine like your life's work, everything you like, trying your hardest at something and failing and knowing that before you die. So it's sad. So it's not just his death. It's like he's failed being there for his sons or saving his sons from themselves and Melisandre.
Yeah, her madness must not be allowed to spread beyond Dragonstone. So it's almost like this is a plague that I need to contain. Which fanaticism is kind of like that. Mickey, your
Yeah.
thoughts?
So I think it's twofold. So he does fail to kill her, but I think he may also realize that because he's desperate, right? He's like, she needs to drink this. I'm going to drink this. And he's so desperate because what he sees over time, once Melisandre comes into the picture, how fast Stannis, who normally is strong in his convictions, he's almost hard headed, he's very sure of himself, he sees Stannis fall so quickly to Melisandre's manipulations. And so for
Mm-hmm.
him, like, yeah, like you said, Nettles, like he views these Baratheon kids as his sons. So for him, he's almost like, okay, you're going down a dark path. I have to take this drastic action because you're not listening to reason. As you know, Stannis keeps throwing his word away, right? Just like, okay, yeah. But it is really ironic that how he's criticizing Melisandre for pushing Stannis down a dark path, he himself goes down a dark path. So it's almost like a sacrifice for the greater good. It's sad though, because he's really old.
Right. And that's just the sort of themes that I think George likes to explore without necessarily having an answer. He doesn't like to hit us over the head with what's obviously right and wrong, but he comes up with these very complicated situations. And that's why the polling is such as it is. Like, would you have done this? Is it bad but understandable? Or is it like, oh my God, there's a range. Nettles, your thoughts.
No,
Would you have, if you're in Cressen's position, would you have tried to take out Melisandre, or would you have joined Rhaenyra's him and just burn some people? What would you have done?
oh, I would have definitely have done that. Yeah, I
Joined
wish
Rhaenyra's him?
No, I would have tried to murder Melisandre.
Okay.
Uh, I'll try every day. I hate I hate Melisandre.
She does
Christ.
burn people, including potentially children. So that's an abomination, I'd say.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know the saying? I don't know if it's a saying or if it was just said in a movie one time. There's like a crazy hot scale for people
Oh
that the
yeah.
hotter you are, you're allowed to be crazy.
Yeah.
For me, I feel like she's hot enough to be that crazy. So I'm gonna stick with my girl because I know the Red Lord, man, he's vengeful. I don't want him coming after me. I'll be a girl's girl this one time.
Team Cressen. Team Cressen for life.
Yeah, I can see both sides of this one. What would I say if I was in Crest? I think I would. I think I would because I take religious fanaticism pretty clearly, and I might not have. It's this very paternalistic thing over Stannis when Stannis doesn't really even respect him, which is like kind of hard to take when you read this. You're like, huh, Crescent is kind of a fool, but at the same time, like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I understand. I'll just say this: I understand the people voting. I might have done that. I think I would still vote. Not cool, but that's Westeros. But it's pretty borderline. That's a tough one. Mickey, what you have chose?
Yikes, that's nasty.
So you would just, if Stannis converts to Rolorism, that's his choice and you respect it?
I think for the meme, yeah, but I think in real life, there's definitely some issues with that. I think it's seeing him and how fast he falls would be my concern. Now,
Without
would I go try to kill her knowing how powerful she is? No, I wouldn't. I think that was his hubris. He thought he was strong enough to do it, and like she could be, duped into drinking this clear, like it's
yeah,
so clearly that is poison, because he like gets really nervous and he's like, I'm gonna drink to you, and tries to like butter her up, and it's like, girl, she's not dumb. She's wild, but she's not dumb. So
that's a
I
good
think,
point.
yeah.
And then, the other thing about it is, he might have recruited like an ally or something, perhaps. That might have, since he's, kind of old. But also, what was I going to say? The thing that puts him over the edge is he hears people talking about Melisandre has seen Renly dead in her fires. And Cressen is smart enough to understand that's not a prophecy so much as like something Melisandre's going to do. And so she's like, that would be fratricide. Like, so that's where that happens right before the scene that we just read, as he's thinking about one brother killing the other under Melisandre's influence. And he's like, I can't see it. I can't. Have I done that poorly that one brother's now going to kill the other? I can't stomach it. So that's where we're at, guys. Anyway, so yeah, how's our poll doing? At 51 might have done it. 26 say that's not cool, but religious battles, that's part of the Game of Thrones. 9%, yikes, that's nasty, and 14% abomination. Melisandre's hot. What are you doing? You can't kill her. Who else are you going to give your soul to while you sleep with them? Like the Night's Queen. Like, there's only so many of these magical women around. You just want to kill one?
Yeah.
Anyway, there we go. So that's that poll. And next up, the motive. Well, motive's clear. We talked about that. And then the fallout.
Yeah.
The fallout is Pylos becomes promoted, and not a whole lot else. Melisandre just kind of shrugs it off, and they keep going. So,
but also it once again works opposite of Cressen's favor, because it creates this lore and mystique about Melisandre. Now she's not only just this priestess from this foreign land. Now she's so powerful. Cressen killed himself, or like to try to stop her. Like, so he's helped her cause.
that's true. That's a very good point, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, because she can't be duped and so easily killed. So it sends a message like she's not a fraud. Like
She
she
can drink
actually has
poison.
power. Yeah. Like what
And
else
some
can
people
she?
are not understand how she did that. The way that she did that is that she is not human. She is using fire magic so much that her physiology is changing. We find this out in Dance. And she talks about she barely needs to sleep, and she really only eats to keep up appearances, meaning that and R'hllor gives her all this nourishment that she needs. So she's running on fire magic power. TM, she is transforming into a fire being of some kind. I've even gone so far as to speculate that's a fiery other, essentially, and that you could gradually turn into an ice or fire being, perhaps. So check out Melisandre's Secret series for more on that. But yes, that's why the poison didn't work, is the poison poisons human bodies, and Melisandre's body's not a human body anymore. It's not even the glamour, really. It's the fiery nature of her physiology that's been transformed. So, like Ozempic, kind of.
Everything can't be Ozempic, people.
Shadow Baby murders. It's Renly Baratheon and Courtney Penrose, who is very courtly for us, if you will. Oh, these are my jokes. I'm sorry. I should read them. Renly's army is too big and Stannis wants it. That's the first problem. Oh, did you freeze? Or are you just holding very, very still? Oh. Gosh, that seems like more like my problem. What just happened?
Am I back?
That might be my
I'm
fault
so
since you both
sorry.
disappeared at the same time.
Okay. So Shadow Baby murders.
You gotta
What in
watch
the
out. They're
world?
everywhere.
Gotta watch out. They're everywhere.
Just cut the
So-
stream. Okay. So
The stakes are high, I would say. Am I
yeah,
setting this?
were you just starting
Kind
to read this? Okay. I was just saying these are my jokes, so I guess I should read them. But yeah, you can see this the deadpan here. Renly's army is too big and Stannis wants it, and Storm's End's walls are too thick and they're warded by magic. And so Shadow Baby is the solution to all your problems, right?
It is. I mean, right now, Stannis, he's not looking too good. He can't march south. He doesn't have really any army other than what he has on Dragonstone. He has this little resentment that Storm's End should have been his to begin with, and Robert did him a big disservice, a little slap in the face by giving him
Mine by rights.
Dragonstone.
It's like 5 pages of him grumbling about it in that
Literally.
chapter.
Yeah, and so Melisandre's like, all right, we got to change geopolitical stuff. We need Storm's End. We need these people. We need to be able to march south. So why don't we get it on and make a Shadow Baby? The ultimate assassin can go through walls and gates.
Let's get it on. Play some
Yeah.
Marvin Gaye, light some Shadow Baby candles, and just
Exactly.
start cooking.
No, I mean it's a good plan. He Shadow Baby can take 2, I guess 2 in 1, right? I don't know how many Shadow Babies are birthed. I guess 2, 1 for each.
2,
But
yeah.
yeah.
Stannis is not that vigorous, 2 Shadow Babies is all he had. So
All he had in him.
now Jon Snow. Well, we could make a
At
right
least
proper
3
Shadow Baby. Melisandre says. These are, if you are Stannis, would you have conceived Shadow Babies with Melisandre to kill Renly and Courtney Penrose? That's the question for the poll. We're evaluating those. They're basically the same morality, except for that Renly is also kinslaying. But it's the point is like, would you use Shadow Babies to sort of defeat your opponents in the field? I guess take out the general without. It's a little bit similar to the Red Wedding, except for we should also remember that the Red Wedding, also the Stark army is massacred as well. So it's not just the leadership that's been taken out. But yeah, so here Stannis actually successfully steals Renly's army by killing Renly first, and then Courtney Penrose is holding Storm's End. So after he collects the army of Renly, he shows up to Storm's End. He's like, give me the castle. Courtney's like, and then they're like, okay, well, unfortunately, we have a solution for that, and it's called Shadow Baby, and that's the one that we see conceived under Storm's End with Davos. Here, this is Renly's death. I feel like we've read this a lot. What is it that I wanted to highlight here? It's interesting because Renly's going to battle. He's strapping up his armor, and he's like, now we will see, who is stronger. The time for talk is done. And then in comes the shadow. The interesting thing is, as far as the tone setting, he's just described Renly's tent as a magical green castle alive with light. And there's these 12 braziers. Setting the symbolism aside, it's just a right, proper, kingly tent. It's warm, it's rich, it's sumptuous. There's fancy rugs, and there's trunks, and Renly's majestic green armor. And then the shadow comes in, and the blood is, there's a couple of chilling lines, but all the fires go out. And then at the end, Catelyn thinks the shadow snuffed out his life just like those candles. So it's a real snuffing out where the things happening in the room are enhancing the sort of theme work of the death. But there's this line, let's see, the gorget parted like cheesecloth beneath the shadow of a blade that was not there. He had time to make a small, thick gasp before the blood came gushing out of his throat. That evil flow The king stumbled into her arms, a sheet of blood creeping down the front of his armor, a dark red tide that drowned his green and gold. And of course, this is long night sort of cycle of the season stuff. The green and gold of nature is drowned out by the dark tide. We think of Euron's symbolism in many of these visions. The dark tide is coming. Same idea here. So the shadow, something dark and evil had happened. I think George is calling out to the shadow, which is an old radio program that became a movie in the 90s, if anybody knows what that, but it's always like the shadow knows. So it's really interesting, Nettles. It's back in the days before TV, when they would, or when TV was like in its infancy, they would, it was one of those radio programs. I'm sorry, you know, I'm talking to you like you're an idiot. Apologies.
Radio?
I know. But it's in the days when they would do dramas on radio, and this was one of the most popular ones called The Shadow. And Alec Baldwin played The Shadow in a movie in the 90s. But basically it's kind of Batman-ish, but it's all audio. It's just like, and they do little audio effects, and you can find the audio broadcast, and it's very like of a period. So anyway, I think it's just the kind of, my dad, who's this exact same age as George and likes a lot of the same nerdy crap, is the one who thinks The Shadow is really neat. So I guarantee that George is having fun with that. But anyways, I'm sorry. The Shadow. So abomination. Yeah, making shadow babies is abomination. What would you guys have answered?
Abomination. Definitely.
It's not what the Red Hot Chili Peppers were talking about when they said blood, sugar, sex, magic.
No.
Yeah, I also think it's an abomination on multiple levels, right? Not only is he doing something evil, dark magic, right, with Melisandre, but he's kinslaying. And that's horrible, especially because him and Renly were going to do one-on-one, right? Like, they both agreed in the morning, and I think it was really cowardly of Stannis to just fall back on Melisandre, but it just shows us how little strength he really has and how much Melisandre is really pulling all the weight there. And I think Stannis, mostly because of Melisandre, thinks he's more important than he actually is. I mean, he's like, I am Azor Ahai. I am this. I don't have to play by your rules, your mortal rules. And yeah, it's gross. I hate it.
Well said. Nettles?
Agreed. It's gross. I hate it. Come on, your little brother, Stannis. Like, no excuses. And this writing, it very much reminds me, just talking about different types of horror that George uses. This is giving me like all of the horror movies that are like The Conjuring or even Constantine, like the Catholic-based exorcism type horror, because you're having people who are dying not because of their might or strength, but things that are unseen, shadows, demons, all this stuff. And like thinking about the candle being snuffed out, like that's imagery that I've seen in Constantine, like those type of movies. So I do like what George is doing here. He could have just written the shadow appeared and stabbed him, but no, he's giving us the moment before of everything that happened. So I like that.
I noticed that he says cold as he dies, and he never felt the fourth knife, only the cold. So kind of interesting. And then Varamir's death is like plunging through a frozen pond. So there's all these cold deaths. But yeah, it's very death of the horned god, death of the green man. It's very sad. But yeah. So it is an abomination. We all agree. 21% said, yeah, no, this is, if you can make a shadow baby and save yourself the battle, probably the argument is like, well, yes, you're doing an abominable act of blood magic, but you're saving the lives of all those men that don't have to fight the next day and bleed out on the field. So it's sort of a utilitarian argument, perhaps. But slippery road you're going down there, using shadow babies to solve your problems. Pretty soon, you're using them to turn the lights on and off. You're like, oh man, it's kind of far away. Melisandre, come here. Make a shadow baby. Go make me some tea. Anyway.
Grab the remote.
It's also like Stannis is just copying Melisandre's homework. He's not learning anything from it, and then he keeps doing it. And when he has to make political decisions, he's like, well, Mel says we gotta burn some people, so let's just do that. I think it's just another show of Stannis's downfall. At least for me, I was like, oh, well, we knew what was coming.
And he tries to deny it later. He's like, I have bad dreams. I see it in my dreams, but I didn't do it. I totally didn't do that. I don't know why I have bad dreams about it.
Copying homework is such a great metaphor, Mickey. Especially because you really don't learn from it for real because you're just copying it.
It's true. He's not learning.
And so I think that's pretty much covers that. Don't do shadow babies. You could create the others. That may be part of the, all kinds of what happens. We all need to know what the expiration policy is on these shadow babies. Like, do they disappear? Yeah. Are they still running around? Are they hanging out in the Kingswood? Like, yeah. That might be a good question to ask George, because you can only ask him really fringe questions that he might actually answer. If it's an important question, he won't answer it. So if anybody waits in line, has a chance to ask George, what happens to the shadow babies after they have completed their killing? I would love to know.
Yes.
So yeah, that poll came out 50% for Abomination, 22 might have done it, 14 not cool, but that's Westeros if his shadow babies happen, and 13 says, yikes, that's nasty. It's nasty. So the Faceless Men, from unnatural assassins to they're still unnatural assassins. They wear the faces of people. Anyway, and some unquantified amount of magic seems to be involved in that. Faceless Man murders. Jaqen murders Chiswick and Wheeze at Harrenhal, and then helps Arya kill a bunch of people with a weasel suit. But that's more of an escape attempt than a murders. The first two are definitely murders. And then we've got Balon Greyjoy, killed almost certainly by a Faceless Man at the behest of Euron. We'll talk about that. But that's a theory that's almost certainly true, I think is how it's like headcanon, the fandom canon. And then it's hinted at strongly. And then just honorable mention, the Doom. The Faceless Men claim to have been a part of the Doom. That was a giant murder. So shout out to them. They're good at this. But starting with the two in Harrenhal, as you remember, Jaqen is potentially recruiting Arya. He's created this thing where like, oh, you saved 3 people from the fire, so I owe you 3 murders. Yeah. So Arya has 3 Faceless Man coupons to spend, as we know. And this makes her feel powerful. That's kind of the narrative device, is it makes her feel powerful. And Wheeze is the first one she used. Oh, no, Chiswick is the first one. And Chiswick, if you remember, Arya overhears him telling the story of how he and the Mountain and a couple others raped the poor innkeep's daughter. So, and just for the poll here, I guess it's the Arya murders, I guess. Like would you Arya having Jaqen kill people in Harrenhal. That's what we're judging. I don't want to. It's too hard to judge Euron and Balon. That's like, it's the Arya murders. And so he overhears Chiswick tell the story of how he and Gregor are worded and abused, and there's a whole horrific scene with the innkeep and his daughter. And so after she hears it, she turns to Jaqen and she's like, Chiswick, because Chiswick's the one telling the story. So he is pushed from a wall walk. Okay. Then we have Wheeze, who breaks his promise to Arya. Wheeze is Arya's overseer. He's very abusive. Then that one day he's like, Arya did something good. And so Wheeze promised her a capon, then didn't, and he ate it right in front of her and didn't give her any. And he's just kind of a dick and he's abusive. So that's the second one. And this killing is, wow, this is a chilling one. Go ahead, Nettles. You want to read this one?
Sure. Starting at 12 people. A dozen people got there before her, though none was coming any too close. Arya squirmed between them. Wheeze was sprawled across the cobbles, his throat a red ruin, eyes gaping sightlessly up at a bank of gray cloud. His ugly spotted dog stood on his chest, lapping at the blood pulsing from his neck, and every so often ripping a mouthful of flesh out of the dead man's face.
Finally, someone brought a crossbow and shot the spotted dog dead while she was worrying at one of Wheeze's ears. Damnedest thing, she heard a man say. He had that bitch dog since she was a pup. This place is cursed, the man with the crossbow said.
It's Heron's ghost, that's what it is, said the good wife, Amabel. I'll not sleep here another night, I swear it. Arya lifted her gaze from the dead man and his dead dog. Jaqen Hagar was leaning up against the side of the Wailing Tower. When he saw her looking, he lifted a hand to his face and laid 2 fingers casually against his cheek. She had been avoiding the Lorathi since Whisa's death. Chiswick had been easy. Anyone could push a man off the wall walk. But Weiss had raised that ugly spotted dog from a pup, and only some dark magic could have turned that animal against him. Yorn found Jaqen in a black cell, the same as Rorge and Bitter. She remembered. Jaqen did something horrible, and Yorn knew that's why he kept him in chains. If the Lorathi was a wizard, Rorge and Bitter could be demons.
It's Biter. It's Biter.
Biter? I don't know why.
Biter? He bites people.
That's just, you know what? It's just gonna be me mispronouncing all the names in this book series. Okay, that's gonna be the recurring joke, but it's not a joke for me.
5% of my comments are bagging on my pronunciation. So welcome to the channel, Mickey.
Also, Roy the Trees. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing beats Patire or Brian of Tarth, as they are.
Join the club.
So yes, as you can see, the method of death here is turning the dog against the master, which is pretty creepy because no matter how bad a person is, even if they abuse their dog, like if they're the only one to take care of the dog, then like they still have that master dog relationship. And yeah, you can see how much this freaks everybody out.
Yeah. Pretty good. It reminds me, it has a little bit of the elements of Mormont's death, just because of like the betrayal element of it all. He's not just being stabbed, like Mormont's being stabbed by his Night's Watch. So same thing here. It's not just dying, it's your dog eating away at your throat. Like it's the betrayal of it that makes it so spine tingly.
The chat is bringing up the time I made a whole video and I said Vagar instead of Vagar for like 30 minutes. I think I must have lost a few subscribers. I drove some people crazy. I'm just saying, if, you know, Rhaegar, if you wanted it to be Vagar, he would have spelled it like Rhaegar. So it must be Vagar, but it's not. It's Vagar. Anyway. Okay, so this is a creepy one. The chat would have done it, though. And I think that's right. If you're Arya in Harrenhal and you have Faceless Man coupons, you use them. The only thing you can debate is, like, should she have used them on different people? But the people she killed deserve to die. There's no doubt. I mean, these are awful murderers and R-worders and all the rest. So that's a pretty solid. If you're going to endorse any of these, like that's pretty solid. So 73 say, yeah, I would have done that. Maybe not cool, but that's Westeros with 19, and only 4% think that this is an abomination or nasty. So there you go.
So I do have a little thing to say about this. So if we take into account the history of the Faceless Men, they are their own religion, and to them, right, death is an equalizer. So for them, yeah, they can justify any murder, but, you know, they really hate slavers. I mean, if we talk about the Doom, they're like, hey, y'all are, it's nasty, it's evil. Bravos is full of, freed slaves, escaped slaves. Like, we're trying to correct this. And so even though Jaqen may not sit there and say these people deserved it, right? Because for him, the Faceless Men, it's you kill them, that's kind of it. I do think with the founding of the Faceless Men, and even on the back of his mind, he's like, no, these people were abusers. They did enslave Arya and all the others at the Harrenhal. And so I think for him, there was a small chance of like, yeah, I don't have any issues with this. Like, they're horrible people. Especially, he even befriends Arya, where they let go a bunch of Northmen, right? So I think for him, he's starting to see, she has a bigger part to play, and that's why he offered her the coin. So
yeah, I think the only question is how far does the recruiting go back? And we've explored this in a couple different videos. I did one with Quinn, Winds of Winter prediction, Arya, and if you follow the train of thought, you get to the Faceless Men are in all the libraries. They've read all the old books. They understand that magic is real, and they think that death is sacred. So I was like, well, how do they feel about the whites and the long night? That must be like the worst thing to them. So you kind of start to say, okay, well, they might actually be, and this would be an interesting twist, if the Faceless Men are training Arya to like actually go back and do what she's going to do, and that she's not going to have to defy them to flee them like Batman and the League of Shadows, but rather that's why they're sort of promoting her even as she breaks the rules. And it's a whole interesting discussion, the way that they are tutoring Arya. But yeah, there's a bit of it. And Rorge and Bitter. Yeah, a couple other people are saying they read it bitter too. But he is bitter, but he bites people, so he's biter. I will just say, I said damn fair for years before, because I just thought, well, his name can't be Damp Hair, and he's always wet. That's too, but no, that's what he's a nickname. They call him the Damp Hair because he's always in the sea. It's like, and I'm like, but Roy Dotrice is to blame again. Roy Dotrice says damn fair. And of course, there's a Norse demon being called a Damphir or a damn. Yeah, I think it's Damphir. Damphir. It's like a vampire type of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah. Anyway, so we are now at. Oh, here's a nice one. Not nice. This is Ramsay's mother's husband. So this is Roose Bolton murdering the miller, R-wording his wife, and conceiving Ramsay. That's what this is. So it's Ramsay's mother's original husband. It's a nice one. So setup is that Roose is a sadist who practices the Lord's right. I'll just read this, okay? I'm not even going to make you guys read this. This is just...
Yeah. Before you start, I have a dumb question. What is a miller again? Do they make straw into like... Why is everyone always picking on the millers?
The mill is for grinding corn, so it's like bread and corn and stuff, I believe.
Yeah. So it's taking the stalks and turning it into things that you can cook with, basically.
Oh, look, don't ask me follow-up questions. I don't know.
Okay, fine, cool. All right.
I've never made my own bread.
I'm thinking about Theon and the millers. I'm like, everywhere we look, these millers are being picked on. Justice for the millers.
It's based. Yeah, George had a neighbor. Last name is Miller. He hated them. No, these are just basically it's an innocent peasant or commoner, hardworking Joe, humble.
It's never the smith. It's like, I'm just trying to think of like what in the profession would warrant them such violence, but whatever. All right.
They grind grain. Well, so there is mythical symbolism with the cosmic mill and the churn and all that stuff. Sean is also mentioned in Canterbury Tales. So I'm ignorant. There's good answers out there. I just didn't have them.
Okay.
But, like they're peasants. No, it's a reference to stuff. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate you. So, has my bastard ever told you how I got him? That he did know, to his relief. Yes, my lord. You met his mother whilst out riding, and were smitten by her beauty. Smitten, Bolton laughed. Did he use that word? And this next poll will be evaluating Roose's killing of the miller. So don't let me down on this poll, okay, guys? Smitten, Bolton laughed. Did he use that word? Why, the boy has a singer's soul. Though if you believe that song, you may well be dimmer than the first reek. Even the riding part is wrong. I was hunting a fox along the weeping water, and I just realized I have the words over here. When I chanced upon a mill and saw a young woman washing clothes in the stream. The old miller had gotten himself a new young wife, a girl not half his age. Oh, so age gap relationship. He deserved to die. Okay. She was a tall, willowy creature, very healthy looking, long legs and small, firm breasts, like two ripe plums. Pretty, in a common sort of way. How condescending. The moment that I set eyes on her, I wanted her. Such was my due. The maesters will tell you the King Jaehaerys abolished the Lord's right to the first night to appease his shrewish queen. I forgot that he spoke ill of Alysanne like that. Shame. But where the old gods rule, old customs linger. The Umbers keep the first night too, deny it as they may. Certain of the mountain clans as well, and on Skagos. Well, only heart trees see half of what they do on Skagos.
Dang.
This miller's marriage had been performed without my leave or knowledge. The man had cheated me, so I had him hanged, and claimed my rights beneath a tree where he was swaying. If truth be told, the wench was hardly worth the rope. She was looking at her dead husband swinging from a tree, and Roose is like, the action wasn't that good. So, you know what to do in the poll, guys, is all I'm saying. The fox escaped as well, and on our way back to the Dreadfort, my favorite courser came up lame. So all in all, it was a dismal day. A year later, this same wench had the impudence to turn up at the Dreadfort with a squalling, red-faced monster that she claimed was my own get. I should have had the mother whipped and thrown her child down a well. But the babe did have my eyes. She told me that when her dead husband's brother saw those eyes, he beat her bloody and drove her from the mill. That annoyed me, so I gave her the mill and had the brother's tongue cut out to make certain he did not go running to Winterfell with tales that might disturb Lord Rickard. Each year I sent the woman some piglets and chickens and a bag of stars on the understanding that she was never to tell the boy who had fathered him. A peaceful land, a quiet people. That has always been my rule. A fine rule, my lord. The woman disobeyed me, though. You see what Ramsay is. She made him, her and Reek, always whispering in his ear about his rights. He should have been content to grind corn. There you go. Does he truly think he can ever rule the North? Roose seemed amused by that. This is a cut. There's a little bit later. This is actually much later. This is him talking to Ramsay and taunting him with this history that we've just read. And Roose says, all that you have I gave you. You would do well to remember that, bastard. As for this Reek, if you had not ruined him beyond redemption, he may yet be of some use to us. And he's talking about Theon. Get us the keys and remove those chains from him before you make me rue the day I R-worded your mother. So yeah, Ramsay's a bad person. It's not Roose's fault. It's all his mother's fault and the first Reek. Roose had nothing to do that. Run along now, or I'll rue the day that... There you go. That's Roose Bolton for you. So never underestimate the horror of Roose. Just because Ramsay is like doing more stuff on screen, like this is like real deep psychopathy. Comments?
Yeah, the eerie part is a peaceful land, a quiet people. That has always been my rule. Like, sir? Like, the fact that he could say all of this and be like, yeah, and I did it for the, like, that's a scary type of person that thinks that they're, I don't know whether they're kidding themselves or kidding you, but when you hear those types of words from someone like Roose, I get a shiver in my timbers.
He might as well just hit play on the R. Kelly and just been like, keep it on the down low. Nobody has to know.
Yeah, I think Roose is, and I think he thinks of himself this way too, that he's very pragmatic. So anything that he does, he justifies it as, well, it's my right. I'm the Lord. That's why, we have the first night, right? That's just what it is. I don't
I'm
like,
used to it.
yeah, he doesn't have any moral qualms with anything. But we can see where he kind of gets a little desperate once his true-born, his heirs are killed, and he's kind of like, I don't like Ramsay, but you're all I got, right? So he kind of just deals with it and goes back to him being pragmatic. And I do think there's a big argument over nurture versus nature when it comes to children's behavior, and right. And while it makes Roose feel better that he thinks, oh well, the woman poisoned Ramsay by talking shit about me, right? He A lot of who Roose is, you can see it in Ramsay beyond what a neglectful or abusive mother might have done. So I think it's also him saying, maybe a little bit is me. I'll just we'll just forget that though. It's fine. I can control him. And of course, his story is okay, yeah, well, we also see Ramsay's a little reproduction of him. So
And I caught something on this reread, because don't we always learn something new on a reread? Dave, when you talked about the age gap, so I never cared about the Miller's description, but he is an old man, and it makes me wonder if the Miller looked like Robert Baratheon or even Jon Snow. Okay, if he had a different physique, would Roose have spared him? What do you guys think? Like, if he wasn't a frail, because he's painting a picture of a frail old man and then a model, Victoria's Secret model of a wife.
I think those details are probably in there to show us that like Roose has this little rationalization that he had built up. Well, he was old and the lady was young and she was kind of hot and I kind of wanted her, and it broke the law, so I claimed my rights. And it's like he doesn't really care too much about justifying it. It's like kind of a lazy, it's like because it's not really feel bad about it. That's my take on it. Yeah, mental gymnastics, exactly.
Okay.
But there's sort of a petty, to your point, Mickey, about like parallels to Ramsay. It's very petty and spiteful what he does. Like he just happens on by and sees a woman. He's like, oh, you guys got married without my leave. Cool. This gives me an excuse to, rape and kill here. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then the way he's like, oh, I should have threw him down a well and put her to death, and I tore his tongue out. So it's just, yeah, he's a murderer. He's a murderer, and he is more than happy to do violence, just to turn the light switch on and off, essentially. So,
okay,
there you go. 76% say abomination. Yeah, I see. Maynard James Plum went ahead and removed the first two options from the poll. Probably a good call there. So.
Yeah.
So I kind of need a shower, and we're going to do that with a little bit of a break here. So reminder, subscribe to our channels. Again, Mickey's on Twitch, so check her out, Twitch TV, QQ Mickey. And Girl Nettles is at Girl Nettles. I'm at David Lightbringer on YouTube. I'm also at David Lightbringer on Instagram. You're on, what's your major social media that you use, Nettles?
Probably Twitter.
Yeah.
Probably Twitter, which is the Girl Nettles. Yeah.
Cold shower. I just need a shower. I need like a soul shower. I need some sort of cleanse. Maybe just fire,
What?
I don't know what I said, but I feel dirty is the point. And so like the stream, because that's what we're here for. And you want to join the Discord, you know how to do that. Join Patreon, which, by the way, you can join Patreon for free and get into the Discord. And this is how you do it. If you are tight on money and you want to get in the Discord, I used to say, message me on social media, just join Patreon for free. I didn't know that you could do this, but you can. And so there are certain posts that you'll get access to. And maybe it'll tempt you into joining for real. But yeah, you can get the Discord access by doing that. So we had a few people do that a couple weeks ago when I said it. Thank you. And that's how you can get a free link. What's up, Grey Waste Tim? Yep, you're walking right into it. It's Green Dave. Here I am. And I've got Cersei, Mickey Lannister, and I've got the real killer, the Children of the Forest, on my right, on my other right. There we go. So there is a game here. There's a poll question. Here we go. Who wants to play a game?
Want to play a game?
If you had one free Faceless Man murder pass coupon, Arya had 3 of them. But if you had one, what fictional A Song of Ice and Fire character, no jokes about real people or political figures. You're not funny. You're not clever. Don't do that. Faceless Man coupon on A Song of Ice and Fire character who deserves to die. Who would it be? Shout it out into the poll and we'll read some of them. You're on. Correct answer, Sean. Save everybody a lot of pain, I think. Good answer. Well, what else we got?
The Mountain. I'll put the Mountain. He comes to mind first.
At this point, you're just putting him out of his misery, though, right? Because he's ungregor. I think that's actually a good call. He's going to be hard to kill. You might need a Faceless Man to kill him.
Yeah.
I think Cersei.
Yeah, definitely Cersei, man. Oh my gosh. There's a lot. It's like, which characters do I hate and would kill myself? There's a lot.
Yeah, because Cersei's got that Aries gene of like, oh, well, if I'm losing, so does everyone else. Burn them all. Yeah, we see that coming. Theon, John Haymaker, easy. That's easy. I'm not even going to read that answer. Roose Bolton, Littlefinger, Euron, Varys.
Walder Frey.
Revive Joffrey, kill him again. Jon Con. Yeah, Jon Con. That would be a strategic one. That guy's bringing grayscale to Westeros. Somebody kill him. The man who murdered Jon, that's Bowen Marsh and Wick Whittlestick. Stoneheart. I respect her mission, but she's too extreme. Yeah, she's a lot out of control.
Yeah. Tiana of the Tower. She annoyed me. She was doing a lot.
Qyburn, Bloodraven, Walder Frey, Fagon. That's another strategic one.
Fagon. Okay.
He's about to start a war. Show Ollie. Yeah. Ollie is not in the books, but Maegor. Yeah, in that time period, sure. Maegor would be a great pick. All of the Kettle Blacks. Well, so what do you guys have for answers?
All the Blackfire people, because that's going to annoy... Who's it going to annoy, Tim?
I agree with you. I hate all Blackfires. Usurpers. They're just so wrong.
Record scratch. All the Blackfires. They did start a lot of wars, in fairness, Tim. You do have to admit that. With their inferior bloodline.
They weren't picked. Get over it.
He bore the sword, Meek says.
No.
Okay, Eustace. Run along and die in your tower, Eustace. Wow, this took a left turn. I feel like this stream took a total left turn into Blackfire hatred suddenly. I did not see
as it was meant to be. It's a good place to be. I feel comfortable here. But what's your answer, Dave?
Who would I didn't even think about my answer. Who would I use? I would probably say Cersei. I think that's one of the most effective ones. No, I'm going to say Jon Con. Let's save Westeros from grayscale. I think that's a great answer. That's a great answer. Yeah. All right, Peter Baelish. Yeah, Sansa's got that. Sansa's got that. She's going to take care of Peter Baelish.
This just proves that we can't be mad at Arya for not picking the perfect 3 people for her get out of jail free cards, because it's I mean, there's so many people I could kill, and I'm sure everyone we name, people are like, those are wrong. So it's that is kind of hard.
She's surrounded by bloody mummers. She can just close her eyes and spin in a circle, and
Yeah.
So there we go. That's good. Good answers, guys. Thank you. I like the John Con answer. He's bringing a plague. I mean, okay. Oh, we skipped one to go back. There was a wedding. Is the Rat Cook legend on your list of murder and mayhem? No, Kelly Johnson. We're only doing like stuff from the main series here. Yeah.
Okay.
So Edwin Frey shoved her aside. The music drowned out all other sound, echoing off the walls as if the stones themselves were playing. Robb gave Edwin an angry look and moved to block his way, and staggered suddenly as a quarrel sprouted from his side just beneath the shoulder. If he screamed then, the sound was swallowed by the pipes and horns and fiddles. Catelyn saw a second bolt pierce his leg, saw him fall. Oh, that's right, it's over here. Up in the gallery, half the musicians had crossbows in their hands instead of drums and lutes. That sounds bad. She ran toward her son until something punched in the small of the back, and the hard stone floor came up to slap her. So this question is, if you're Walder Frey, would you have Red Weddinged the Starks? Because, Robb broke the marriage pact, so. Catelyn saw a second, let's see, no. She ran toward her son. Something punched in the small of her back. That's a crossbow bolt. And the hard stone floor came up to slap her. Robb, she screamed. She saw small John Umber wrestle a table off its trestles. Wow, that's a great sentence. She saw small John Umber wrestle a table off its trestles. That's like some Kendrick Lamar shit. Crossbow bolts thudded into the wood, 1, 2, 3, as he flung it down on top of his king. Robin Flint was ringed by Freys, their daggers rising and falling. Sir Wendell Manderly rose ponderously to his feet, holding his leg of lamb. A quarrel went through his open mouth and came out the back of his neck. Sir Wendell crashed forward, knocking the table off its trestles and sending cups, flagons, trenchers, platters, turnips, beets, George is getting hungry here, and wine bouncing, spilling, and sliding across the floor. It's like beets, carrots, oh, that's right, we're doing a murder. Catelyn's back was on fire. I have to reach him. The small John bludgeoned Sir Raymond Frey across the leg with a face with a leg of mutton. Not across the leg with a face of mutton. That wouldn't make sense. But when he reached for his sword belt, a crossbow bolt drove him to his knees. In a coat of gold or a coat of red, a lion still has claws. She saw Lucas Blackwood cut down by Sir Hostine Frey. One of the Vances was hamstrung by Black Walder as he was wrestling with Sir Harry's Hague. And mine are long and sharp, my lord, as long and sharp as yours. The crossbows took Donna Locke, Owen Norrie, and half a dozen more. Young Sir Benfrey had seized Daisy Mormont by the arm, but Catelyn saw her grab up a flagon of wine with her other hand, smash it full in his face, and run for the door. It flew open before she reached it. Sir Ryman Frey pushed into the hall, clad in steel from helm to heel. A dozen Frey men-at-arms packed the door behind him. They were armed with heavy long axes. Nettles, I request your Catelyn here.
Mercy! Catelyn cried. But horns and drums and the clash of the steel smothered her plea. Sir Ryman buried the head of his axe in Daisy's stomach. By then, men were pouring in the other doors as well. Mailed men in shaggy fur cloaks with steel in their hands. Northmen. She took them for rescue for half a heartbeat, till one of them struck the small John's head off with 2 huge blows of his axe. Hope flew out like a candle in a storm. In the midst of slaughter, the Lord of the Crossing sat on his carved oaken throne, watching greedily. There was a dagger on the floor a few feet away. Perhaps it had skittered there when the small John knocked the table off its trestles, or perhaps it had fallen from the hand of some dying man. Catelyn crawled towards it. Her limbs were leaden, and the taste of blood was in her mouth. I will kill Walder Frey, she told herself. Jingle Bell was closer to the knife, hiding under a table, but he only cringed away as she snatched up the blade. I will kill the old man. I can do that much at least.
Sorry, there you go.
Then the tabletop that the small John had flung over Robb shifted, and her son struggled to his knees. He had an arrow in his side, a second in his leg, a third through his chest. Lord Walder raised a hand, and the music stopped. All but one drum. Catelyn heard the crash of distant battle, and closer the wild howling of a wolf. Grey wind. She remembered too late.
Heh! Lord Walder cackled at Robb. The king in the north arises. Seems we killed some of your men, your grace. Oh, but I'll make you an apology. That will mend them all again. Heh.
Catelyn grabbed a handful of Jingle Bell Frey's long gray hair and dragged him out of his hiding place. Lord Walder! She shouted. Lord Walder! The drum beat slow and sonorous. Doom, boom, doom. Enough, said Catelyn. Enough, I say. You have repaid betrayal with betrayal. Let it end. When she pressed her dagger to Jingle Bell's throat, the memory of Bran's sick room came back to her with the feel of steel at her own throat. The drum went boom, doom, boom, doom, boom, doom. Please, she said. He is my son, my first son, and my last. Let him go. Let him go. And I swear we will forget this. Forget all you've done here. I swear it by the old gods and the new. We will take no vengeance.
Only a fool would believe such blather. Do you take me for a fool, my lady?
I take you for a father. Take me for a hostage. Keep me for a hostage. Edmure as well if you haven't killed him, but let Robb go.
No. Robb's voice was a whisper faint. Mother, no.
Yes, Robb, get up. Get up and walk out, please. Please save yourself. If not for me, for Jane.
Jane? Robb grabbed the edge of the table and forced himself to stand. Mother, he said. Grey wind.
Go to him now, Robb. Walk out of here.
And why would I let him do that?
She pressed the blade deeper into Jingle Bell's throat. The lackwit rolled his eyes at her in mute appeal. A foul stench assailed her nose, but she paid it no more mind than she did the sullen, ceaseless pounding of the drum. Boom, doom, boom, doom, boom, doom. Sir Ryman and Black Walder were circling round her back, but Catelyn did not care. They could do as they wished with her, imprison her, rape her, kill her. It made no matter. She had lived too long, and Ned was waiting. It was Robb she feared for. On my honor as a Tully, she told Lord Walder. On my honor as a Stark, I will trade your boy's life for Robb's. A son for a son. Her hand shook so badly she was ringing Jingle Bell's head. Boom! The drum sounded. Boom, doom, boom, doom. The old man's lips went in and out. The knife trembled in Catelyn's hand, slippery with sweat.
A son for a son. Heh. But that's a grandson, and he never was much use. A man in dark armor and a pale pink cloak spotted with blood stepped up to Robb. Jaime Lannister sends his regards. He thrust his long sword through her son's heart and twisted. Robb had broken his word, but Catelyn kept hers. She tugged hard on Aegon's hair and sawed at his neck until the blade grated on bone. Blood ran hot over her fingers. His little bells were ringing, 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 and the drum went boom doom, boom doom.
Abomination.
How's our chat doing here? I might have done that. 8% riding for Lord Walder. 19% says not cool, but you know, that's Game of Thrones. Robb,
No.
Broke the wedding pact. You know, should have got, you got what you expect. Yikes, that's nasty. And 68% with abomination. Mickey, your thoughts on the red wedding?
Horrible. Definitely horrible. Love Jamie Lannister though. I'm just kidding. That's the Cersei costume talking. No, I think it's interesting on the motivations from the three architects. So we have Tywin, we have Roose, and we have Walder Frey. So Roose, as we said before, is really pragmatic. So is Tywin. Tywin, his whole thing is instead of honor, he does realpolitik, which is just a pragmatic approach to politics. It doesn't take any morality or ideology into consideration. If it's good for me, I'll do it. And we can see real life examples of this with countries who have alliances with other countries that ideologically they may not meet, but there's a gain to be had. So that is Tywin's name. That's the game that he plays every single time. So there is a little bit where he does let loose and lets revenge get the best of him with the Reigns of Castamere. But in this situation, it's all pragmatic. He's losing the war. Robb needs to go. Straight up, he doesn't want to lose any more Lannister lives. Roose, they don't, it's not that they don't like the Starks, but they would rather have power in the north rather than the Starks, right? So they may feel the same way that Walder Frey feels. The Freys kind of feel disliked by other houses, kind of like the butt of the joke. And so for him, that betrayal where Robb married Jane was like, all right, like, F all of y'all, like, let's do this. And he, gets talked into it by Tywin, who I'm sure presented it as a, yeah, don't like them? Like, sis, we can get rid of them. And like, we'll give you some lands and titles, like, and you'll be the cool girl at school now. Like, you can hang out with us. And so that's why Frey's so confident in his betrayal.
So you made a couple really good points there. We were talking about last night. I was talking to Maynard about how Cersei kills the High Septon, as we'll talk about, but then doesn't really do anything to shape who the new High Septon will be. And then she arms the new High Septon with an army. So that's not good realpolitik. You kill, like, when you do a replacement like this, you're supposed to have the next person. So what Tywin is doing is replacing the Starks, who are strong and clearly opposed to the Lannisters. At the same time as he's taking them down, he's elevating the Freys and Boltons, who now owe him and are accomplices in this dishonorable deed. And conveniently, the Freys and Boltons are willing to be the ones to do it and to wear that more immediate dishonor, whereas Tywin is removed. He keeps his hands mostly clean. People sort of figured out. But yeah, so that's well laid out. Mickey, your thoughts? Nettles.
I definitely agree with the points that you guys are making. I see this, like, as far as motive, as like three old men who were jealous of the young buck and they're taking him out. If Game of Thrones was Disney, and by Disney I mean like High School Musical Disney, this would be like the high school coach, the math teacher, and the principal colluding to picking on the quarterback here. So it's very much like it's very much these old men are afraid of dying and afraid of being replaced, and they've got an opportunity to take out this reminder that they're getting old.
That's a good analogy. I like that. Two very different contexts here. And it is, we make that point all the time. Again, me and Maynard Plum, we talk politics and things behind the scenes, and it's always personal. There's this macro context, but politics is always local and it's always personal. Like the relationships of people make a big difference. And nations often think about themselves like people do. They get embarrassed, they get jealous, they get mad, they get, all these things. So yeah, it's interesting to break down the psychology of politics, but also the utilitarianism of people like Tywin and Roose. And so we see this later on in the north with the Boltons and Freys trying to hold down their gains, but it's difficult because all the people in the north know what dishonorable means they used to achieve those gains. And so that they have undermined their rule with this event. And that leads to the Frey Pies, which we'll get to, of course. But there we go. Frey Pies is going to kill on the, I might have done that poll. The goal of this stream is to get as many people as possible to confess that they would do horrible things. You'll never trust your fellow chat members again. All right. So we just did that one. Yeah, we're not doing that again. Sorry, we just did that. Okay, so Dany the Butcher Queen. Bad Dany. We're going to speed run this because we've done a lot of Dany talk on this channel. But there are two things that people tend to debate. Her killing of Viserys Drogo's killing of Viserys that she translates for, if you will. And the many slave masters, of course, that she kills, including 163 that she crucifies because they crucified innocent children on the way to Meereen. Now, I'm less interested in getting into the vote about this talk about the slavery because we've just done that so many times. Let's talk about the Viserys one because this is more personal and it's the first kind of thing like this that happens in Dany's story. And I also think that'll make the best poll question. So, death by, people talk about death by cop. Like if you attack a cop, you probably get shot. That's a kind of way to commit suicide per se, right? So, bearing steel in Vaes Dothrak, you're signing your own death warrant. That's the operative thing here.
Yeah.
We compared this to pulling a Karen in a foreign country. Like if you've ever seen the videos of like an American in some other country that not America talking about my right to this and that, and someone just punches them in the face or something and be like, you're not in America. So it's kind of a moment like that. Viserys is demanding. He's not appreciating that the balance of power has changed. His sister is far more important to this deal with the Dothraki than he is. So he's just getting kind of disconnected from reality here, leading up into this. Nettles, you have something you want to say?
No, just following along.
Okay. And so we've seen that Dany, there was that scene where Viserys sort of attacked Dany when she was on the horse, and then Jogo had to come with the whip and whip him, and that was the shift in the balance of power where, you know, they're just asking her, like, do you want us to kill him? And she's like, no, it's my brother. But, like, yeah, put him in his place a little bit because, you know, he's off the chain. But even after that, Dany, remember, when she hears that Viserys stole the dragon's eggs, she's like, oh, well, he can have the dragon's eggs. Like, he's my brother. He should just ask me. So she makes him the clothes. He throws that in her face. There's all these attempts to bring Viserys into what's happening. Dany is integrating into Dothraki culture well. She's acclimating it. Viserys is resisting. And she is trying to help him acclimate because that's the only way to survive. That's the bottom line. And he doesn't. And so he doesn't. And let's see here. Okay, Mickey, let's let you read this time. Go ahead and read Dany here, and I will do Viserys.
Okay. The blade, you must not. She begged him. Please, Viserys. It's forbidden. Put down the sword and come share my cushions. There's drink, food. Is it the dragon eggs you want? You can have them, only throw away the sword.
Do as she tells you, fool, Ser Jorah shouted, before you get us all killed. Viserys laughed. They can't kill us. They can't shed blood here in the sacred city, but I can. He laid the point of his sword between Daenerys' breasts and slid it downward, over the curve of her belly. I want what I came for, he told her. I want the crown he promised me. He bought you, but he never paid for you. Tell him I want what I bargained for, or I'm taking you back. You and the eggs both. He can keep his bloody foal. I'll cut the bastard out and leave it for him. The sword point pushed through her silks and pricked at her navel. Viserys was weeping, she saw. Weeping and laughing, both at the same time. This man who had once been her brother. Go ahead. No, interrupt. Make your point. Say it. That's the turning point there.
This is the turning point. She stops thinking about him as her brother. He is no longer Viserys either. He is the man who had once been her brother, and she repeats it over and over again till the end of the chapter. So distantly, as from far away, Dany heard her handmaid. All right, how do you say this? How do you say her handmaid's name?
Jiki or Jiqui, depending on how much qua you want to put in there.
Mickey, George says you can pronounce anything any way you want.
All right.
He told me.
Well, I'll do it. I'll be wrong, but so confident. All right. Handmaid Jiki sobbing in fear, pleading that she dared not translate, that the Khal would bind her and drag her behind his horse all the way up the mother of mountains. She put her arm around the girl. "Don't be afraid," she said. "I shall tell him." She did not know if she had enough words, yet when she was done, Khal Drogo spoke a few brusque sentences in Dothraki, and she knew he understood. The son of her life stepped down from the high bench.
What did he say? The man who had been her brother asked, flinching.
It had grown so silent in the hall that she could hear the bells in Khal Drogo's hair, chiming softly with each step he took. His blood riders followed him like 3 copper shadows. Daenerys had gone cold all over. "He says you shall have a splendid golden crown that men shall tremble to behold."
Love that line. That's just like really well written.
Perfect. I love it.
You would tremble to see it. Viserys smiled and lowered his sword. That was the saddest thing, the thing that tore at her afterward, the way he smiled. "That was all I wanted," he said. "What was promised?" Oh gosh. It's a little prince that was promised sort of tragic left turn commentary here. Like, oh, this is not the promise or the prince. When the son of her life reached her, Dany slid an arm around his waist. The Khal said a word, and his blood riders leapt forward. Kotho seized the man who had been her brother by the arms. Hago shattered his wrist with a single sharp twist of his huge hands. Kohalo pushed the sword from his limp fingers. Even now Viserys did not understand. "No," he shouted. "You cannot touch me. I am the dragon, and I will be crowned."
Good job, Dave.
No. That was good.
And
I was going to say, fire can't kill the dragon.
Yeah, there's that line. Again, it's hard to we'd read the whole chapter if we could, but
I know.
Also that theme of betrayal, because Viserys thinks right before he dies that everything's going to be okay, and then it's not. And so the last Targaryen, if Viserys is obsessed with the symbol of Targaryen, the last Targaryen is looking down at him as he dies. Like, talk about betrayal.
Yeah, and I think as Dany, like you said, Dave, gets more accustomed, kind of grows into her own once she has more autonomy, really, Viserys realizes, and he starts going down and down and down. He becomes more embarrassing. His power lessens. So even at the end of the scene when he's begging her, he's like, "Sweet sister, please, like, don't do this." He's trying to like get her back, trying to get her under his control. But she's cut off ties, as we saw, the man who once was her brother. So is it kinslaying?
No. No. That was a suicide. That had nothing to do with Dany. Yeah. Please stop. Everyone has to stop.
Yeah, and if we're talking legal culpability, like when you point a sword at someone and threaten their life, they're not like, they're off the hook as far as doing what it takes to get out of that situation.
I promise you, if there was a way to get him out of it, Dany would have done it, because she had done it before. When he's messed up customs or whatever, she's like made an excuse for him or whatever. But this time she couldn't. He walked off that cliff by himself. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think she makes herself watch because she doesn't. It's kind of the Lord Eddard thing. It's like, if you have to carry out the sentence, you swing the sword. Like, don't look away, Bran. Like, make sure you stay in touch with what we're doing and how, like, the use of violence the use of state violence, if you will. That's what it is when you're executing people or whatever. Like, you know, you can argue that it's not justified at all. And so if you are someone that says, yeah, but only in certain circumstances, and you got to take that seriously. And that's kind of Dany's taking it seriously. She's like, no, I'm going to see what we're doing, what's happened, and not blind myself to it. So it's a good trait as a leader. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's respect. Remember in House of the Dragon, Rhaenys, she sat there and had to watch Vaemon's dead body as like kind of like a respect ritual. Remember? Like, I guess holding vigil is not what they say. She just sat there and watched as they worked on his head.
Oh.
The ladies, the non-talking
Silent
ladies
sisters.
who take care of the Silent Sisters, thank you. The non-talking ladies. Yeah, like kind of like watching their death as a sign of respect.
Yeah, so I think it speaks to her character. Some people have tried to twist that and, oh, she's a psycho. You know, it's like, no, she's just coming to grips with what's happening. So, and I think the most powerful thing about this narrative is that Viserys is an abuser. And as Mickey said, he's using psychological controls over Dany. We can see it all through the early chapters. So we're definitely rooting for Dany to stand up to him and break out from that abuse. And so this is not just Viserys signing his own death warrant, but also the culmination of this story arc. And so, yeah, it's most people agree. Yeah, I would have done that. / there's not much else she could have done. But yeah, so there you go. And if you're Khal Drogo, obviously, yeah, like you can't point a sword at my wife, bro.
Pregnant.
Yeah, I think it's self-defense, but also, I just lost my thought. It's interesting how Viserys at the end did get what he wanted, right? He was singled out as important, as the biggest threat. He just didn't realize it would end him the way it did.
Yeah, he asked to get noticed, and he finally got noticed.
Yeah. And you describing him as a Karen plays into that, because the thing about Karens is it's not only that they ask for the manager, it's the fact that they're not socially aware. Like, they don't care to minimize themselves to learn about the culture around them when they're in a foreign country. So, like, that aspect of being a Karen, of being like, oh, I don't want to learn their language or customs, like, plays into his death.
Or really, it's like all of those scenes, the person it's always somebody who's not considering anyone else around them at all, except for themselves. So,
yep.
Daeron the singer, serving up another one the chat might go for. And this poll is 72% for the death of Viserys. Daeron the singer. So the circumstances are that Daeron has abandoned Sam and Maester Aemon and Gilly and her baby in Braavos, and he is living high on the hog in the various brothels. Arya remembers, of course, that she is Arya Stark. We know that she hasn't become no one yet, and she's protective of the women in the brothel. It's particularly the youngest one, who is Lana. It's tied to that whole mystery, but Lana is basically she's like 14 or something, and she's the most expensive. It's kind of gross. Yes, not kind of gross. It's gross. It's trafficking, sex worker stuff. Point is, Arya is protective over her, and she sees Daeron the singer always trying to, like, you know, impress her and make eyes at her and stuff like that. And so she actually cock blocks Daeron in the scene when he's making a move on her. When the senior madam has fallen asleep, Daeron's trying to snuggle up to Lana, and she's like, cockles and clams, like super loud. It's actually pretty cool. I didn't catch it on the first time. But basically, yeah, she cuts his throat and pushes him into the creek. Now, this is definitely a fun one to read. And there's two parts of it. There's one where she's watching Daeron live high on the hog. And then there's the moment when they walk out together. Because this is a murder that happens off the page, of course. And it's clever how Martin writes it. So, yeah. Nettles, if you would begin reading this, and please don't read the W word. I have started out where I could, but if I missed one, please don't read it. That said, I think you will give this paragraph the right tone.
It made her angry to see Daeron sitting there so brazen, making eyes at Lana as his fingers danced across the harp strings. The woo-woos called him the Black Singer, but there was hardly any black about him now. With the coin his singing brought him, the crow had transformed himself into a peacock. Today, he wore a plush purple cloak lined with vair, a striped white and lilac tunic, and the party-colored breeches of a bravo. But he owned a silken cloak as well, and one made of burgundy velvet that was lined with cloth of gold. The only black about him was his boots. Cat had heard him tell Lana that he'd thrown all the rest in a canal. I'm done with the darkness, he had announced. He is a man of the night's watch, she thought, as he sang about some stupid lady throwing herself off some stupid tower because of her stupid prince was dead. The lady should go kill the ones who killed her prince. And the singer should be on the wall. When Daeron had first appeared at the Happy Port, Arya had almost asked if he would... Hello, help, scroll. Where is my scroll minion? Scroll for me. Thank you. And the singer should be on the wall. When Daeron had first appeared at the Happy Port, Arya had almost asked if he would take her with him back to Eastwatch until she heard him telling Bethany that he was never going back. Hard beds, salt cod, and endless watches, that's the wall, he said. Besides, there's no one half as pretty as you at Eastwatch. How could I ever leave you? He said the same thing to Lana. Cat had heard, and to one of the woo-woos at the cattery, and even to the Nightingale, the night he played at the House of Seven Lamps. I wish I had been there the night that fat one hit him. Mary's woo-woo still laughed about that. Ina said the fat boy had gone red as a beet every time she touched him. But when he started trouble, Mary had him dragged outside and thrown in the canal. Kat was thinking about the fat boy, remembering how she had saved him from the Taro and Orbello. When the sailor's wife appeared beside her, he sings a pretty song, she had murmured softly in the common tongue of Westeros. The gods must have loved him to give him such a voice, and that fair face as well. He is fair-faced and foul of heart, thought Arya, but she did not say it.
So there we can see sort of Arya just observing, taking notes. Right after this is the bit where he tries to put the moves on Lana, and she's like, cockles and clams. And then, so this is the cool part, is that the subtlety, you have to pay attention to the writing here. So the swollen red sun hung in the sky behind the row of masts when Cat took her leave of the Happy Port, with a plump purse of coins and a barrow empty but for salt and seaweed. Daeron was leaving too. He had promised to sing at the Inn of the Green Eel this evening, he told her as they strolled along together. So it's just coincidence. Arya happened to be leaving at the same time as Daeron. No, that's not coincidence. Arya was waiting for him to leave. Every time I play the eel, I come away with silver, he boasted. And some nights there are captains there and owners. They crossed a little bridge and made their way down a crooked back street as the shadows of the day grew longer. Soon I will be playing in the purple, and after that the Sea Lord's palace, Daeron went on. Cat's empty barrow clattered over the cobblestones, making its own sort of rattling music. And there's a lot of bone collector stuff going on. The empty barrow, a barrow is a grave. So Arya, the death messenger, is pushing along the empty grave. It's rattling like bones and clattering. And this peacock is just singing and singing his own demise, confessing all of his crimes. And the best is that he says, yesterday I ate herring with the woo, but within the year I'll be having Emperor Crab. It's funny when someone does that, isn't it? But if within the year I'll be having Emperor Crab with courtesans. So all these women that he's sweet talking and, oh, I've never seen such a fair face, and he's trying to get some here and there. He actually doesn't have any respect for them. They're just courtesans, and he can't wait to leave them behind and sleep with the real women. So he's just as scummy as he could. That's right, Nettles. That's right. He's detestable. So then Arya, gives him one last little rope to hang himself with. And she says, "What happened to your brother? The fat one. Did he ever find a ship to Old Town? He said he was supposed to sail on the Lady Ushanora." "We all were. Lord Snow's command. I told Sam, leave the old man, but the fat fool would not listen." The last light of the setting sun shone in his hair. "Well, it's too late now." "Just so," said Cat, as they stepped into the gloom of a twisty little alley. By the time Cat returned to Briscoe's house, an evening fog was gathering above the small canal. She put away her barrow and found Briscoe in the counting room and thumped her purse down on the table in front of him. She thumped the boots down as well. Briscoe gave the purse a pat. "Good. What's this?" "Boots." "Good boots are hard to find," said Briscoe, "but these are too small for my feet." He picked up one to squint at it. Let's see. "Just so," said the kindly man. This is a little bit later. "And the third thing." This time she did not hesitate. "Daeron is dead. The black singer who was sleeping at the Happy Port. He was really a deserter from the Night's Watch. Someone slit his throat and pushed him into a canal, but they kept his boots. Good boots are hard to find." So, yeah. What was your reaction the first time you read this chapter and you put together that Arya had killed this guy and then calmly gone back and reported the murder to her sensei, essentially? Being like, yeah, someone killed him. They kept the boots. Either one of you.
Yeah. I mean, my reaction was like the same as it is now. Just like, no, Arya shouldn't have done it. I don't like it. I don't see the justice in it. And this is another horror trope, which is like people who have sex or people who have, or people who take showers always get murdered. Like in all like horror movies, if you watch that. So it's like, here's Daeron like having sex and he gets murdered for it. And it's like, dang, let people have sex, you know? So.
Okay. I didn't expect that take, but there you go. You always get me with at least one take that I did not expect, and so here we are. It's that
So I
moment.
don't appreciate that horror trope. So I'm like, no, Arya, don't do it. But I'm a
You're right
Gemini,
that
so
it is the trope, the happy guy walking out of the brothel, then he's killed and
yeah.
thrown into the canal. It is
Come
something
on,
that
man.
feels very stereotypical and archetypal about it. Yeah.
Like it's in every episode of Interview with a Vampire, basically. It's like the guy at night has to die. But I'm a Gemini, so I have to have differing opinions. I do see the justice in it because Arya is embodying death, and death doesn't know country borders. Like, if there's a person that has a debt to die, then she will kill them. And he has said many times in what we just read that he is fleeing the Night's Watch. Not once, not twice. I think 3 times he denounces the Night's Watch. He says, "I'm not returning," or whatever. So like that's signing his debt to die. So she's just fulfilling that. It's just extra brownie points that she happens to have Stark blood.
Mickey, your thoughts?
So, going back to the Faceless Men, their whole prerogative is death is an equalizer, and they see it as bringing down people who oppress and abuse other people down because everybody dies, right? So, but I think her experience with Jaqen, because she was able to choose who can die, it warped her sense of justice. So for her, she's justifying these murders because, well, it's morally right, like they're horrible. While the Faceless Men, they're kind of given, hey, we're gonna go kill these people, doesn't matter why. Okay, like it's business. But I think this is her first taste of her doing it, other than her fleeing Harrenhal. We know that, but like this is one where she's sitting there and is like, well, no, I'm the judge. I'm the judge, the jury, and the killer, right? So she's like, I made the judgment. Now I get to do it, and I don't have to feel bad about it. So it's just a step for us to see her and the Faceless Men. While she has the skills to do it, I don't think ideologically she really matches up with what they do. And I think that's why the kindly man is always hesitant with her.
So
So
this is
yes, he's a
interesting.
bad guy, but
This is really interesting to me because I kind of don't buy the Faceless Man rhetoric. And it seems to me they have kind of like layers of truth that they reveal to people, and what they actually believe in the inner circle might not be the stuff that they're saying to people. Even the stuff they've told Arya is not stuff they say publicly. So it's hard to know what they really believe. But this whole idea that death is sacred, but you can hire them for money to
Yeah.
kill someone is doesn't square to me. Okay, Nettles, you're following me. So to me, Arya is actually performing the truest version of the Faceless Men, which is like, I am appointing myself the judge and the death angel, and I will take on that guilt and that darkness because you deserve to die. And in this case, we have a clear violation of the Night's Watch oath. Arya knows exactly what the deal is here, and what it means for him to be abandoning Gilly and Sam and Maester Aemon. And so she essentially is carrying out her role as a Stark and putting a rogue Night's Watchman to death, very like Ned did in the first chapter. Now, I think this is actually more justified because the poor scared Night's Watchman that Ned killed was babbling about the others. I think they were a
Yeah.
little quick to chop his head off. I might have tried to like give him a couple weeks to like come out of PTSD and figure out what he was saying. But that is an interesting debate. I think this one, though, it's hard to get over the fact that I just dislike Daeron. He's just gross, and I'm glad he's dead. Like, yes, he deserved to die, and I'm glad. I hope he rots in hell. Throw him into the damn canal. Like, this guy is a scumbag. He abandoned Gilly and her babe to die, and he tried to tell Sam, you should abandon Maester Aemon and Gilly, and let's go do our thing and screw the Night's Watch. Like, this is a man without any kind of honor, any kind of empathy, and he's a gross womanizer who doesn't actually respect anybody. So he's just a narcissist. And yes, I'm glad he's in the canal.
My goodness.
That's how I feel. I'm surprised anybody is, hesitating. Cut his throat, take his boots. He doesn't deserve those boots.
What? I guess I believe in freedom and I don't believe in the draft. If you don't want to fight for someone else, you can go and live your hippie life. You can run away. But
he wasn't fleeing a battle. He was supposed to be helping an old man and a woman and Sam get to Old Town. Like that was what the mission they were on. They were trying to recruit people to the Night's Watch. He was supposed to use his singing to recruit people. Now, if we want to talk about military recruiters in high schools, that's, you maybe get a different take from me. But this guy is, I'll stand by my take. Yeah. In the creek. Any other thoughts, Mickey?
No, he was gross. I probably would have done it.
You vote, you might have done it.
I might have done it. Might have, allegedly. If I had done it, this is how I would do it. Bestseller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like Viserys, he did incriminate himself a lot in this passage we just wrote. My goodness, he was begging Arya to do this to him.
Well, that's why we picked some of these. We tried to pick the ones that are the most fun to debate. So, yeah, we've got 48 on I might have done that. 39, not cool, but that's Westeros. 10% say that's nasty, and only 1% say it was an abomination. That person's probably a singer.
Dang.
All right. Did we skip? I got a message saying we may have. Yes, we did.
Qhorin. Ooh, murder.
This is kind of an interesting one. Qhorin Halfhand. Yeah. So Jon and Qhorin, of course, are fleeing the wildlings and the Frostfangs, and they are cornered. Qhorin is cornered. Qhorin. Sorry. Qhorin has. Qhorin means spear, by the way. And also chorus. This could be a reference to. But he has commanded and prepped Jon to balk at nothing. So Qhorin has planned this out. Didn't tell Jon what's coming, but he's kind of prepping him for it, if you remember. So Jon has previously, of course, spared Ygritte's life, forming a potential connection, and that's hopefully going to be the thing that Qhorin hopes will help them You decide to take Jon in, essentially. So, is this one? Do we want to read this? Where are we? We're 2 hours in.
I vote no. No reading.
You vote no?
Yeah. Because we basically know what happens.
It's mostly a sword fight. Yeah, it's more something I wanted to talk about. So this is one of those things where later it's brought up and used against Jon. Like, oh, you slept with the wildlings, you killed Qhorin Halfhand, and he did, and he feels guilty about it.
Yeah.
But it's not really what I'd call a murder, probably, since Qhorin obviously, like, once they're in the fight, Jon is processing. He's like, oh, this is what he was, planning. And he still can't bring himself to quite do it. It's not until Ghost bites Qhorin's leg and that there's an opening that it happens. So, Qhorin is fighting Jon as hard as he can to try to drive him to it. This scene was so disappointing in the show. Just I'll stop and say it was really lame in the show, and it's very dramatic in the books. But mostly I think we just have to feel for Jon here. What are you guys' thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think if we were going to classify it as anything, sacrifice, a mercy killing, really honoring an oath and honoring a promise that he had made to Qhorin. I know it. They're in a dire situation, and I know it's desperate times. I don't think I could do it just because that would be so hard for me to do. I don't know. Maybe I would just nope out of there. Maybe I would let Qhorin kill me, and then so he could go with the wildlings. You know what I mean? Morally, at least. So I think it's also telling that Jon couldn't finish the job without Ghost, because I think they're a part of each other. That's another discussion for another day. But I do think it's interesting that he needed that help from Ghost, and that Ghost knew to help. So
Yeah,
I think
and
it
it also shows. Sorry, I
Mhm.
thought you had finished. I was just saying it also builds up Qhorin's prowess. Like you can't just defeat him. Like he needed the wolf to jump in. So your thoughts, Nettles?
Yeah. The reason I said no to reading it is because I feel like I put this in the same category as Viserys's death and it's funny that it's Jon and Dany again, always paralleling, just because it's kind of just like, well, I wouldn't classify them as murder. Like Mickey, you said like mercy killing, like those kind of words are more like apt for this one. So this is very very light in in what I think about like as far as like murder and like the being on theme.
Here with 1,000 voices, Sean. I actually did a live stream where I read this chapter, where Jon has to kill him, and then they burn Qhorin's body. It's called Jon Snow's Pyre because, yes, I believe that Qhorin's pyre foreshadows Jon Snow's pyre, and that there's parallels to Drogo's pyre. So yeah, check that one out. Oh, you're just okay. You remember?
And
You're just bringing it up. That's a
isn't
good
this
friend.
Dany and Jon?
Go ahead.
Wait, can you see me?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. So isn't this Jon's first killing, and then Viserys was Dany's first killing? Technically.
If you count Viserys, then
Yeah, I
yes.
mean, yeah, parallel, and
It's a
around the
good
same
point. Yeah,
time,
Jon has never killed someone. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
not around the same time, but kind of. No,
Uh,
yeah.
What'd you say, Neville? Sorry.
I was thinking about if it was around the same time, but it wasn't, and I was thinking out loud.
Well, Jon killed a white. The white was already dead.
Mm-hmm.
He stabs that random wildling. Oh no, he did. Yeah, he killed a wildling when they were taking the campfire that Ygritte was at just before this. True. True.
Okay, fine.
All right. So Daeron the Singer, we did that. Moving right along. The Karstark killings. So with this one, this is Qhorin and Eddard Karstark's. Okay, well, no, the ones that are killed are Theon, Frey, and Willem Lannister. They are squires taken captive by Team Stark at the Whispering Wood, where Jaime was also taken captive. Rickard Karstark's sons, Qhorin and Eddard, who are knights, were killed in battle by Jaime, trying to get to Robb. So they died protecting their king, as Robb observes later, which is very honorable, obviously. And just shows you what kind of a beast Jaime is in the field with a sword. Like, he just cuts people down. You know, he's a beast. So he's finally taken in and captured. And Catelyn, of course, has released Jaime to try to get Sansa and Arya back. This enrages Rickard and many other Northmen, but mainly Rickard, because Jaime killed his sons, and then Cat let him off the hook. And so then he takes 7 of his men, and they go and seek out Theon Frey and Willem Lannister to kill in recompense, and they even kill 2 Tully guards in the process. So this is a very dark deed. And Robb, of course, then hangs those 7 Karstark men and cuts off Rickard's head in front of the heart tree, which he does in 1 stroke and not 3, unlike Theon. Because Stark. And so that's what we got. That's the scene. There is some really interesting stuff in this passage. So who would like to start reading it? Oh, Mickey, that's you. That face
Mickey,
you made.
you go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. By my many requests, I'll do it. Yes. Okay. She looked down again upon the corpses of the squires Theon Frey and Willem Lannister, and waited for her son to speak. It seemed a very long time before Robb lifted his eyes from the bloody dead. "Small John," he said, "tell your father to bring them in." Wordless, Small John Umber turned to obey, his steps echoing in the great stone hall. As the great John marched his prisoners through the doors, Catelyn made note of how some other men stepped back to give them the room, as if treason could somehow be passed by touch, a glance, a cough.
Hang on one second, Mickey. I just want to instruct people on this next poll. This is going to be, we're judging Karstark's killing of the 2 boys. We can actually maybe do a separate poll to ask about Robb's execution afterward. But the first poll that we're about to get is going to be judging Karstark killing these 2 squires. Go ahead, Mickey.
The captors and the captives looked much alike. Big men, everyone, with thick beards and long hair. 2 of the great John's men were wounded, and 3 of their prisoners. Only the fact that some had spears and others empty scabbards served to set them apart. All were clad in hauberks or shirts of sewn rings, with heavy boots and thick cloaks, some of wool and some of fur. The north is hard and cold and has no mercy, Ned had told her when she first came to Winterfell 1,000 years ago.
Nettles, you do Robb and I'll do the traitors, okay?
5, said Robb when the prisoners stood before him, wet and silent. Is that all of them?
There were 8, rumbled the great John. We killed 2 taking them, and a 3rd is dying now.
Robb studied the faces of the captives. It required 8 of you to kill 2 unarmed squires.
They murdered 2 of my men as well to get into the tower. Delp and Elwood. That's Edmure Tully. It was no murder, sir, said Lord Rickard Karstark, no more discomforted by the ropes around his wrist than by the blood that trickled down his face. Any man who steps between a father and his vengeance asks for death.
His words rang against Catelyn's ears, harsh and cruel as the pounding of a war drum. Her throat was dry as bone. I did this. These 2 boys died so my daughters might live. I saw your sons die that night in Whispering Wood, Robb told Lord Karstark. Theon Frey did not kill Qhorin. Willem Lannister did not slay Eddard. How then can you call this vengeance? This was folly and bloody murder. Your sons died honorably on a battlefield with swords in their hands.
They died, said Rickard Karstark, yielding no inch of ground. The Kingslayer cut them down. These two were of his ilk. Only blood can pay for blood.
The blood of children! Robb pointed at the corpses. How old were they? 12, 13. Squires.
Squires die in every battle.
Die fighting, yes. Theon Frey and Willem Lannister gave up their swords in the Whispering Wood. They were captives, locked in a cell, asleep, unarmed. Boys, look at them.
And I'll just pause to say that I cut out the descriptions of the bodies. One of them had his throat cut while he was sleeping, apparently. The other one defended himself and had cuts all over his arms. So that's what they're looking at. Lord Karstark looked instead at Catelyn. Tell your mother to look at them, he said. She slew them as much as I. Catelyn put a hand on the back of Robb's seat. The hall seemed to spin about her. She felt as though she might retch.
My mother has naught to do with this, Robb said angrily. This was your work, your murder, your treason.
How can it be treason to kill Lannisters when it is not treason to free them? Asked Karstark harshly. Has your grace forgotten that we are at war with Casterly Rock? In war you kill your enemies. Didn't your father teach you that, boy? Boy? The great John dealt Rickard Karstark a buffet with a mailed fist that sent the other lord to his knees.
Leave him. Robb's voice rang with command. Umber stepped back away from the captive.
Karstark spit out a broken tooth. Yes, Lord Umber, leave me to the king. He means to give me a scolding before he forgives me. That's how he deals with treason, our king in the north. Or should I call you the king who lost the north, your grace? So that's Karstark signing his own death warrant. Your thoughts, Mickey?
Well, I think
the motive is obvious.
Yeah, the motive's obvious. I think Karstark has misplaced his anger with the squires. They're children, and I know in Westeros people are very young when they do things, but at the end of the day, he killed boys, right?
I think the fact that they were captives maybe even matters more. Like, if they had been slain on the field, nobody would have brought up their age. It's the fact that they were captives. Like, slaying captives is like, it's just dishonorable. It just is. And
really
they were 13.
And they surrendered too. They didn't,
right.
They weren't just captured, they surrendered. So would I have killed them? No, I wouldn't have. I think it's also a desperate attempt to try to get your king against his mother. I think it's you're grasping at straws. Like, hey, how could you be mad at me when your mom did this? And I can see why he did it, but I also think, I don't know if he knew. He's kind of goading Robb right now, right? Like, oh, he's just gonna forgive me. He's just gonna do this. Yeah. So yeah, did he deserve it? Yeah, I would say. I would have done it. I would have had Ghost do it though.
Grey Wind, you mean?
Grey Wind, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Well, that's the next part of the conversation, is how Robb handled it, obviously. Because, of course, what happened? He executed Rickard Karstark in the Godswood. One chop, very nice. The next day, the Karstark army packed up and went home. So, Robb did not come out of this looking more powerful or more in control of things. Like, he lost control of his man, and then he lost control of that army. So even though and that's one of the reasons why Robb is so mad, is because he understands that the dishonor that Rickard has done reflects on him now. So he doesn't really have any good choices.
Yeah.
What would you have done, Nettles, in Robb's situation at this point?
Off with his head.
Same thing?
No blink. Yeah, immediately. No blink about it.
And so what about the Karstark army? What what could Robb have done to maybe keep them locked up, locked down?
Um, Tell them to come bend the knee right now. And if they do, they get an extra castle or something just to like kiss their butt after
Free
killing
castles and
their
some.
lord. Give them something, or maybe a position. Hey, I'm the king. You have a position in my small council, but I had to kill your dad because of these crimes. That's what I would have done. But
So
come and
this
bend the knee.
so
Yeah.
this gets back to the whole replacement thing. I'll kick it to you next, Mickey. But yeah, it's like maybe sending him to the wall, maybe thinking about who's taking over the Karstarks if he's not in charge. Like, what about Alice back there? Like it doesn't seem like Robb gave any care to what would happen to House Karstark. And I think the fact that he's named these kids Torn and Eddard, they really want us to understand like these are the cousins of the Starks, and Karstark brings that up. He's like, we're cousins. And so there's part of like Robb is killing himself here. He's harming his own body, his own greater house of the North. I
Yeah,
think that's heightened by using those names. Mickey, go ahead.
I agree. I think it would have been more strategic for him to either keep him as prisoner or send him to the wall and then raise up the next heir because his sons were killed. But I would take the next heir, whoever's in charge, and you either they're your prisoners or you know what I mean? It's like, hey, you're going to be in here and your army better be here. Like, or that's it. You can do so much more than killing a man for yeah, it is treason. I would say you should not be killing your prisoners of war. But Robb is young. I mean, he isn't much older than the squires. He's like what, 15? Maybe 16? They're just a few years younger than him, so I feel like it is more than Ned doing a killing, right? Where it's business. For him, I think it's also really close to the heart.
Yeah, I think the other choice could have been to send him to the wall because that's an acceptable punishment for instead of capital punishment. But let's Maynard Plum. Let's throw an easy poll. Would you have executed Karstark? Yes or no? And let's just see
yeah.
if the chat.
Execute or wall. For me, I would execute because no, it's one thing to be like get riled up. Oh, let's go and get the boys. The minute you get to our guards, our people, and they're fighting, you should be like, okay, all right, guys, we tried. Put your arms down. You killed two of our men. We're talking about treason against our own people. You killed two of our men. Then you went and killed two of their men. No, that's double treason. I'm killing you. But I could see an argument for the wall for keeping the peace. Yeah, that would have kept the peace. What do you
That's
think,
the
Chad?
sort of deference that great lords get. Like
Yeah.
if you were anybody else, we might execute you, but because you're who you are, you're getting the wall. Like that's definitely a precedent that's happened.
He killed a lot of people to get whatever. One, two. Yeah.
I mean, the fact that the army went home the next day, like that weakened his cause, both his appearance of legitimacy and his actual like numbers strength. So that's a pretty poor outcome for Robb, even though I understand like, yeah, executing him. It's like it didn't work out for Robb though. So that's a tough one. That's a tough one. It's tough to be 15 and to be king of the North. So
Yeah. Rob was doing good though. That's my
he was
king.
doing good in the field. It was a very boy king thing to do. I agree, Orange Tabby. Yeah. So we've got 69% to the wall and 30% say execute. Of
Y'all
course, that's
soft.
with the benefit of hindsight, obviously. So,
Y'all are soft.
well, you got to game plan this stuff out. If he's executing Karstark, then he's got to think about Karstark's army and what are we doing to ensure their loyalty? Because he wasn't ready to use his own men to threaten the Karstark army and say, stay here or die, and be ready to have a pitched battle between Northerners. He wasn't ready to do that, so he let him go.
Yeah. You know I'm just teasing.
The chat is soft, nettles his heart. Well, this is true. Look, there's 8% of our chat that's apparently pretty in a dark place. So,
Chaos.
All right, Theon, Prince of Winterfell. Mickey, set the scene for us, will you?
Yes. So Theon, we'll go a few steps back. Theon feels abandoned by his family, grew up with the Starks, has this weird competition thing, but also a brotherly love with Robb. He goes home. His daddy is like, "You ain't shit, son. You'll get one boat. You get one boat, okay?" And he's like, I gotta go above and beyond for my daddy. Like I'm the next in line. He feels very entitled. He's like, oh my God, who is really fragile but a good get? And so he goes back, betraying the Starks, goes ambushes them one night, takes over the castle. I mean, it's not very heavily guarded anyway right now. So it is kind of easy to get. And he's put into a position where he needs others to know he's in charge, because if there's a Stark, or Starks in this case, alive, then what is his claim, right? So in order to look like a tough guy, look like he has authority, he needs to eliminate the competition and those who don't bend the knee to him, right? So it's unfortunate that he just picks two boys in the town. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Are they Miller's boys?
One's Owen and the other one's called Miller's son.
No. So
just for essential workers. Millers are essential workers.
They are essential front line workers.
So there's a few deaths here. There's a bunch of people at Winterfell that the Ironborn kill. Theon kills Farlan. That's the one where he tries to behead him. And Farlan is the Hound Keeper. So he beheads Farlan, but it's really messily done. Takes several blows. And then, of course, the Millers... thing about the Millers' kids is they're approximately the same age as Bran and Rickon, but Theon has been banging the Miller's wife. And depending on when that started, one of these kids might have been Theon's kid. And this might be the reason why he's called a kinslayer in the Prince of Winterfell chapter in A Dance with Dragons. This is just a theory. But at the very least, he's killing the children. He knew where to find those children. He even stopped and said, oh, I know where we could find. I've been banging the Miller's wife. She's got 2 kids.
Let me just kill them. That's, oh my gosh.
So before you go feeling sorry for Theon.
Yeah.
No,
people talk about Mike Crazy. Go ahead.
I was going to say Theon had I got the ick from him right away. I'm just going to say it. I never liked him from the get-go. I thought he was too jokey. He didn't take anything seriously. The way he spoke about the wolf pups, I was over Theon before he even started. So I was ready to remove him from the Game of Thrones, fictionally.
I thought you were going to say you were ready to remove pieces of him.
Well, I wouldn't.
Give me that flaying knife.
No, I'm not a Ramsay. But yeah, I definitely wanted him eliminated way early on. I'm just biased against Theon.
Would you flay Theon, yes or no? Mickey says yes. Okay, we'll give it to the chat.
I say no. What? Clean cut.
Okay.
Or let the wolves do it.
So yeah, there's the 2 Miller's kids, and then like I said, Micken and Chael, who's a Septon. And Micken is the the weapons maker, Smith. And Benford Tallheart, Theon's men killed earlier. These are all people that Theon grew up with. So him taking Winterfell is requiring him to kill a bunch of people that he knew. And by the way, he wasn't ordered to take Winterfell. That's something he freelanced in the field. Yeah. So it's just a big mess that Theon makes here. It's really despicable. There's a bit I want to read here. So these days he took guards with him everywhere he went, even to the privy. Winterfell wanted him dead. Yeah, no kidding. That very night they returned from the Acorn Water after not finding Bran and Rickon. Gelmar the Grim had tumbled down some steps and broken his back. The next day, Agar turned up with his throat slipped ear to ear. Ginnear, Gynear, what kind of name is that? Red Nose became so wary that he shunned wine, took to sleeping in Bernie, Quaff, and Helm, and adopted the noisiest dog in the kennels to give him warning should anyone try stealing up on his sleeping place. All the same, one morning the castle woke to the sound of the little dog barking wildly. They found the pup racing around the well, and Red Nose floating in it, drowned. He could not let the killings go unpunished. Farland was as likely a suspect as any, so Theon sat in judgment, called him guilty, and condemned him to death. Even that went sour. As he knelt to the block, the kennel master said, "My Lord Eddard always did his own killings." Theon had to take the axe himself or look a weakling. His hands were sweating, so the shaft twisted in his grip as he swung, and the first blow landed between Farland's shoulders. It took 3 more cuts to hack through all that bone and muscle and sever the head from the body, and afterward he was sick, remembering all the times they'd sat over a cup of mead, talking of hounds and hunting. "I had no choice," he wanted to scream at the corpse. "The Ironborn can't keep secrets. They had to die, and someone had to take the blame for it. He only wished he had killed him cleaner. Ned Stark had never needed more than a single blow to take a man's head." And so here we see the parallel with Theon and Robb, obviously. The killings stopped after Farland's death, but even so, his men continued sullen and anxious. Let's see. And then, we would do well to leave this place, his men are telling him. And he says, "I am the Prince of Winterfell." Theon shouted, "This is my seat. No man will drive me from it. No, nor woman either." And then, so this is Nettles. Let me give this to you. This is Asha taunting Theon. And just go ahead and read the whole passage here.
"Well, I'm no great warrior like you, brother." She quaffed half a horn of ale and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "I saw the heads above your gates. Tell me true. Which one gave you the fiercest fight? The cripple or the babe?" Theon could feel the blood rushing to his face. He took no joy from those heads, no more than he had in displaying the headless bodies of the children before the castle. Old Nan stood with her soft, toothless mouth opening and closing soundlessly, and Farland threw himself at Theon, snaring like one of his hounds. Erzin and Cadwell had beat him senseless with the butts of their spears. How did I come to this? He remembered thinking as he stood over the fly-speckled bodies. Only Maester Luwin had the stomach to come near. Stone Face, the small, gray man, had begged leave to sew the boys' heads back onto their shoulders, so they might be laid in the crypts below with the other Stark dead.
And then I just wanted to point out Theon's nightmare feast. He's dreaming of the feast that Ned had thrown when Robert came. But then suddenly the wine turned bitter in his mouth, and when he looked up from his cup, he saw he was dining with the dead. King Robert is there. Eddard is there. Jory Cassell, Fat Tom. Then we get to the people that he has killed. Mikken and Chael sat together, one dripping blood and the other water. Benford Talhart and his wild hares filled most of a table. Theon and his men killed them. The miller's wife was there as well, and Farland, even the wildling Theon had killed in the Wolfswood the day he had saved Bran's life. So Farland, whom he beheaded, the miller's wife, whose children he killed, they hunt Theon's dreams, or haunt, and justifiably so. So Theon's motive is hubris, trying to prove himself, trying to hold down Winterfell, ego, all that stuff. And then the fact also that he doesn't understand Ironborn culture, and he's trying to prove himself to these Ironborn. He doesn't even really understand what will prove yourself to these people. So those are my thoughts.
Horrible business. People always complain, "Oh, my horrible ex." It's like, "Oh, what did he do?" "Oh, he didn't take the trash out," like something crazy, like, "Oh, my narcissistic ex." But imagine if your ex took your 2 kids and burned them to prove a point, and it was a mute point that didn't work, that didn't help get respect. Yeah. So when you think about that, if you put yourself in the shoes of the miller's wife, how she views Theon, that's some pretty messed up horror horrific stuff.
Yeah, because maybe she was sleeping with him consensually,
No,
and he's a handsome
in a
young
joking
prince.
way.
Drops by sometimes. Or maybe she didn't. She was afraid to say no because Theon's a hot-tempered person of a higher class than her. So we have no way of knowing. But
Yeah,
knowing Theon, it's certainly possible that was less than consensual. Mickey, your thoughts?
definitely. I was joking about the crazy X stuff, but yeah.
No, we get it.
I think Theon has been desperate his entire life. I think he's been desperate for his own dad to care about him. I think he was desperate for Ned to care about him. And when he did, he was also kind of conflicted with, well, I shouldn't like you, I'm a captive. I shouldn't like you, I'm a captive. But then you kind of see him, he's yelling at other people, and it's almost like he's trying to convince himself, like, I'm the Prince of Winterfell. Like, he can finally have what he's wanted, right? So it's either, does he win by being the Prince of Winterfell? Does it make a difference? Is it just a replacement for not being on the, what is it, the Salt Throne? I forget which one it is. So he's like desperate for anything at this point, and if this is how he can get something and to make himself important, he'll do it. And as we know, it eats him up inside. Up inside, yeah.
They have a lot of thrones. In fairness, a lot of thrones in the Iron Islands. Many crowns, many thrones, many titles. They don't even know their own history. I needed like 9 live streams to untangle it. So
Yeah, but I definitely agree with you, Mickey, and I feel you. It's like he's giving himself permission to choose the snow over the sea. So clinging
Yeah,
to
because
that.
it's all he can. Yeah, and it's all he can get at this point, right? He still has to win his dad's affections in his own mind, and so Winterfell's up for the taking. So he might as well take that and make himself more important than his sister, who is literally 1,000% more confident than he is.
yeah. As you were both talking there, I realized Theon is he's caught between Stark and Ironborn cultures, and trying to take Winterfell as an Ironborn kind of encapsulates that, and his struggle to reconcile it. Like, he makes a bloody mess of it. Yeah, that's pretty much his story there, isn't it? Or at least the first part of it. Well, there might be more to it. He does need to get sacrificed to a weird tree, so there's that still. Qyburn's and Cersei's victims. I actually meant to change this here. This is what? We're going to talk about it. You killed a bunch of people, Cersei.
I did, and I do it again.
Oh my god.
So, tell us your list of crimes. Here.
Looking this good, being smarter than Tyrion, Jaime, Tywin, honestly, I would have been a better sword fighter if they just let me wield the sword, but they kind of figured out that Jaime and I were switching places and I wasn't allowed to do it anymore. Yeah. I literally, the only thing that's wrong with me is that I'm not a man. So other than that, I'm great. And everything I did was for my children. So I'm just a mom. I'm just a mom. I'm just a girl. Like, what are we doing here? I'm just a girl. Like, that's it.
Okay. Does the name Malara Heatherspoon mean anything to you?
Not anymore.
She fell down a well right after hanging out with you in the fortune teller's tent.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't. In my defense, she said she didn't want to talk about the prophecies ever again. So I gave that to her. She never has to talk about them ever again.
Okay. So you observed your father using murder to solve many problems. And then there was that time that Robert Baratheon was boar hunting in the Kingswood and seemed to get a little drunker than he usually does off of the same amount of wine. And it was later discovered that there was strong wine that Lancel had been giving him. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
I mean, I'll just say that Robert loved his wine, and I just suggested to Lancel to give him the best stuff, the strongest stuff. That's what Robert would have liked. I mean, he's really big anyway. I mean, he definitely needs more than a couple drinks to get him buzzed. So
Yeah.
That's fair.
that's
No, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. No further questions.
Yeah.
Now there is the fellow named Qyburn. You promoted him to Master of Whispers, and there's been some rumors around the castle, sounds coming out of the Black Keep, unholy screaming and stuff. What do you have to say about your Master of Whispers, Qyburn?
First off, that's fake news. I mean, I don't know what's going down there. We always have construction going on around the castle. Qyburn also,
Construction.
he's way better than all the maesters. He really tells it to you. He gives you actual results. So he's my man through and through. I mean, yeah, he might be a little weird looking or whatever, but
You're not
hey,
concerned that he was evicted from the Citadel and his chain
that's
taken.
that's literally because he knew more than them. Like they're just jealous of him. It's not his fault. He's honestly like, I know I'm going out on a limb here, but guys, he's really great. You just have to have a one-on-one with him. His offices
Yeah,
are
so
down below in the Black
you would
Isles,
happen to know
so-
where the Blue Bard is, would you?
Look, I'm not one to gossip here. I'm really not. But I'll just say that Marjorie isn't as sweet as we all think that she is. I'll just say that. Her and her cousins, I didn't raise them. I mean, my kids are way better behaved, so
Yes, but where is he? He's been missing for 2 weeks. The question is, where is he? You wouldn't know his whereabouts, would?
He's a bard. They travel. He's probably
True. Singers
in
are
town.
flighty. They do.
I mean,
they
there's
travel.
so many brothels. I mean, it's hard to know. I'm queen. You think I can keep track of every single person in this whole city?
Of course
No,
not, Your Grace. That is an unreasonable expectation.
Yeah.
Felice Stokeworth. She was last seen having dinner with you, and she hasn't been seen since then. You wouldn't know where she might have gone.
All I know is that she was pretty mad about a certain someone becoming heir or taking her land or something like that. I don't know. She got really mad. She left. I don't know. She stormed out. It's not my fault.
Okay, that's interesting because we have this account from the security camera here of the dinner in question. Yes, Nettles, will you read? Actually, I'll read Felice and you do Cersei. Oh wait, no, I guess we got to let Cersei do Cersei. I have to shift gears. We suddenly came up with a different stick. That was working though. I like this. Interviewing the killer. But no, okay, let's read the scene.
Killer.
What's that?
Killer? The Queen. You're interviewing the Queen.
Killer Queen. I'm sorry, it's a band name. There's a
That's
Queen
song,
cover
actually.
band. It's all female Queen cover band. They call it the Killer Queens. So sometimes I just say those words together,
I see.
even though they have nothing to do with each other. Okay. So you do Felice, Nettles, and Cersei, you do Cersei, I guess. Play yourself.
No, you do Felice. You do Felice.
Okay, fine. You have to help me. Where am I to go? What will I do?
Perhaps you might wed Moonboy, Cersei also said. He is nigh as big a fool as your late husband. She could not risk a war on the very doorstep of King's Landing, not now. The Silent Sisters are always glad to welcome widows, she said. Theirs is a serene life, a life of prayer and contemplation and good works. They bring solace to the living and peace for the dead. And they don't talk. She could not have this woman running around the Seven Kingdoms, spreading dangerous tales.
Felice was deaf to good sense. All we did in service to your grace. Proud to be faithful, you said.
I recall. You shall stay here with us, my lady, until such a time we find a way to win your castle back. Let me pour you another cup of wine. It'll help you sleep. You are weary and sick of heart. That's plain to see. My poor dear Felice. That's it. Drink it up.
As her guest was working on the flagon, Cersei went to the door and called her maids. She told Dorcas to find Lord Qyburn for her and bring him here at once. Jocelyn Swift she dispatched to the kitchens. Bring bread and... Oh, that's you.
Bring bread and cheese, a meat pie, and some apples, and wine. We have a thirst.
Qyburn arrived before the food. Lady Felice had put down 3 more cups by then and was beginning to nod, though from time to time she would rouse and give another sob. The queen took Qyburn aside and told him of Sir Balmon's folly.
I cannot have Felice spreading tales about this city. Her grief has made her witless. Do you still need women for your work?
I do, your grace. The puppeteers are quite used up.
Take her and do with her as you will. But once she gets down into the black cells, need I say more?
No, your grace. I understand.
Good. Sweet Felice, Maester Qyburn's here. He'll help you rest.
Just that line that you skipped over, which is fine. The queen donned her smile once again, as if it's a garment that she puts on and off before she sweet talks her. Oh, said Felice vaguely. Oh, good. When the door closed behind them, Cersei poured herself another cup of wine.
I am surrounded by enemies and imbeciles, she said. She could not even trust to her own blood and kin, nor Jaime, who had once been her other half. He was meant to be my sword and shield, my strong right arm. Why does he insist on vexing me?
So the point I wanted to make by including this last paragraph is that Cersei shuts the door and she's like, well, that's taken care of, man. And she starts thinking about Jaime right away. She does not even have a second thought about Felice. And the way that she does, this is so sick. This might be the most disturbing quote I read. Just to oh, you can stay here. We'll take care of you. Oh, Qyburn's going to just go with Lord Qyburn. And
it was my best work, I'll say. I mean, yeah, he really helped her out. That's all I know.
Do you still need people for your ... work?
Yeah, I don't know what he does. I just let him run wild. He's a creative soul, people. It's art the way he works with what he calls science. So I let people really blossom into themselves.
Don't understand this newfangled science stuff, So this is this is the post-mortem on what happened to Felice, and this is perhaps even more chilling. Go ahead, start with her son.
Her son was attended by his kittens. As she watched the cats frolic about his feet, Cersei felt a little better. No harm will ever come to Tommen whilst I still live. She would kill half the lords in Westeros and all the common people if that was what it took to keep him safe. Go with Jocelyn, she told the boy after they had eaten. Then she sent for Qyburn. Is Lady Felice still alive?
Alive, yes. Perhaps not entirely comfortable.
I see. Cersei considered a moment. This man Bronn, I cannot say I like the notion of an enemy so close. His power all derives from lollies. If we were to produce her elder sister...
Alas, I fear that Lady Felice is no longer capable of ruling Stokeworth, or indeed of feeding herself. I've learned a great deal from her, I am pleased to say, but the lessons have not been entirely without cost. I hope I have not exceeded your grace's instructions.
No. Whatever she had intended, it was too late. There was no sense in dwelling on such things. It is better if she dies, she told herself. She would not want to go on living without her husband. Oaf that he was, the fool seemed fond of him.
So if you could stop acting like Cersei and freaking out the chat, we'd all appreciate that, because man, this is like inside the mind of a killer here. You don't have to stop. You can keep going as well. But yeah, wow. Nettles, your thoughts. I mean, this made me go cold. It really did. And again, George writing the horror scenes in different ways. Like,
Definitely.
yikes.
Yeah. Like, just as you were saying that, oh, she spared Felice no thought, George brings it back with her asking, oh, what about Felice? So we're like, oh, look, she's thinking about someone else. Of course, it's only to thwart Braun, but yeah, just displaying more selfishness. She only thinks about her in connection to trying to thwart Braun. And so, yeah, just.
It also shows her foolishness, right? Like, if she had just not thrown away this person for being inconvenient,
That too.
then she may have been able to use her politically to take control of Stokeworth again. But she can't, because, she's all used up or whatever. So,
Yeah. But like she says, there's no sense dwelling on such things, which is kind of good. I hate to give Cersei any props. It is a good way to look at things. Like, okay, once something's done, like, okay, should I stress myself out about it? Something I can't change. But that's also showing her coldness. Sometimes it is good to dwell on stuff, to mourn people or something. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I think I take after my dad a lot. He's so pragmatic and he just does what he needs to get things done. He just does whatever it is. And I really pride myself on that. I love my children. I want them to be safe. And of course, I make a great deal of friends and they always want to help me out. It's not my fault people love me.
that is something Cersei would say, though.
Okay.
Okay, we've got to move on so Mickey stops doing this. This is a little uncomfortable. Oh Lord. Then she also, that's not the only murders though. She also killed the High Septon. And I could have quoted the scene where she walks in on Osney chained up to the wall, singing like a bird, for the new High Septon, who means business. And that's when Cersei's arrested, obviously. And Osney is implicating her with all this stuff. And it's like, oh, the more we questioned him, the more his tale changed. It was kind of interesting. So Cersei just keeps killing and killing and killing. And finally, it is now catching up to her, and she gets arrested. So it's very much like, it just occurred to me that you could actually do an entire character analysis of Cersei as like the life of a killer, the mind of a killer, the growth, the creation of a killer. She starts when she's 9. And she kills all their way. She kills a king. She kills the High Septon, who's like the Pope. Kills her husband. Just
yeah.
I'm accomplished.
Accomplished, yes.
Yeah.
Definitely a serial killer. I would say the worst one is Malaria Heatherspoon, because all these other murders happen after she's been jaded by life. Like, we all can relate. You got to get rid of people. But when you're a kid, you still have the freshness of youth and hope and skipping in the meadows. You shouldn't be at this point where you need to off someone. So, and in a well, oh my gosh, that's a horrible way to go. So I think that first one is the worst.
And of course, Malaria Heatherspoon asked the Wood Witch, "Am I going to marry Jaime?" And Cersei just like choked. She's just like,
"Can't have it."
Yeah. All right. So where are we here? I need to go to the bathroom. Qyburn's victims. Yeah. We did all this. There's Gregor too. Whatever. We don't care about Gregor.
Yeah.
Littlefinger. So this is definitely one we could skip. We did a whole Littlefinger stream. We just put it back out. Nettles kicked ass. We talked about all the psychology involved in all these murders. The interesting thing to notice is that Littlefinger has Lysa kill Jon Arryn, then he kills Lysa. He has Joffrey kill Ned, and then he kills Joffrey. So he is sort of cleaning up his trail as he kills. And of course, he gives the whole speech about clean hands and all that stuff. So
Yeah. He's innocent. Nothing much more to say.
nothing much more to say. Yeah, I mean, the whole stream was really just a defense of Littlefinger. It was a surprise. We thought, we were going to put him on trial, and Nettles convinced us in like 10 minutes that he actually had done nothing wrong. So check that one out. So he's killed a lot of people. He's a very small man, as you put. He's a very small boy.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, let's
long live the finger.
Like I said, set the vibes, watch the video. Girl Nettles as Lysa, that was officially the peak of the Ice and Fire fandom. It's all downhill. That was it. We crested for a brief moment there.
Sad thought. It's not true.
And subscribe to our channels again. They got to keep reminding you guys. You didn't do it last time. God. So subscribe. And Mickey's on Twitch, remember. So thumbs up the stream if you didn't already. Appreciate that. A bunch of you here. You can join Patreon, again, for free to get access to the Discord. Or you can join with a donation to help keep the lights on. And you can click the join button on YouTube. And thank you for coming. We're winking at you from across the bar. Wink, Nettles. Okay, now you. Oh, that was a good one. If you notice, I did. I changed the text crawl under this one. I was like, "We like the cut of your jib. We think you smell neat." I think was the last one. I forgot to read. And yeah. So new poll question: if you could undo one death in Ice and Fire after Ned's death, anything after that, so not in history, not Ned, not Lady. Anything after Ned's death, you have one undo. I know, Lady. That's a good pick. She didn't deserve it. Yeah. So press because there's no story if Ned doesn't die. Ned has to die.
Yeah, you have to put a cutoff. Yeah.
Yeah. He's Obi-Wan. He's got to die. So yeah. Who else? Throw it in the chat.
Rob. It's easy for me, Rob. My favorite character.
Same.
We all thought of the same. I thought of Rob too. I really did.
We love Rob.
I'm here for the long night. Rob had already mobilized the troops. If they would have marched the other way, no, we need.
Dany could have married Rob. Screw Jon Snow.
Jon doesn't need to marry Dany. Dany needs to marry Rob. Jon could still do his Targaryen riding dragon stuff as Dany's kin. He doesn't have to marry her to do that. It's crazy. Dany belongs with Rob. Oh my god.
Dany's like, who's that? Rob's like, oh, it's just my bastard brother. He rides dragons. She's
fine.
short. He's short.
He's like, okay, but look at my
short
wolf.
Man.
No, Rob fights with his wolf.
Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot to read other answers other than Rob. Yeah, that's a very popular answer. Ygritte. Okay. Dany Flint.
No.
Okay, Martin. Sure. Sure.
Rhaegar.
Maester Aemon. Oh, that's a good one.
But he's lived a long time.
Mickey, how long did you want him to live?
I know.
just so he can meet Dany. I think that's a good point. He can meet Dany.
He's part of the old world. Dany's part of the new world. Out.
Oh, Nettles is waving stuff at us now.
Damn, that's true. That's true. Okay.
No, but I feel you. That was a sad one. And yeah, I would have loved for him to meet Dany or find out that Jon was a Targaryen, even if he didn't meet Dany, meeting Jon as kin.
Yeah, that would have been cute.
Rhaegal's a good one.
Rhaegal, we don't. There's way too many cities in Essos. That's true. Rhaegal could have burned a few. Lysa, keep her alive as a witness. Oberyn, Robb and Grey Wind. Don't forget the doggo. Maybe Rhaegar and Lyanna. Well, it's after Ned, but thank you. I do appreciate that.
Oberyn is a good one because that means Tyrion is innocent. So what? Yeah.
I mean, Oberyn, he challenged the mountain and he lost. What can you say? You know.
But still, I'm saying if bringing him back to life changes the timeline, Shoo, we need him to fight in the long night too. Get them sand people.
True. That would be an interesting timeline one to think about. Martin Crow says also the Giants. Shout out Woondig, Wondar Woon, or Mag the Mighty, or whoever. Let's see. Yeah, Oberyn. Sir Dum Dum Aries Oakhart. Why? His head looks nice in the river, I thought. Podrick is alive. That's right. How are we about to just let Bran die? He's not dead yet. The guy hit by the bell. Who got hit by the bell? What are you talking about? Who's the little girl Drogon killed? Hosea. Okay, score 1 for Hosea. Nimble Dick. Thank you. Thank you. The most unjust death in Ice and Fire.
I think they're saying the guy hit by the bell is a show thing. The bell that fell when Cersei blew up the...
Oh.
And the bell fell and hit someone.
Yeah, that extra. He got a good CGI death. Nimble Dick. Lightning Lord. Oh, Lightning Lord. Come on now. That guy needs talk about someone who needs to put their burden down. The Butcher's Boy, Micah, Renly, Jojen. Those are all good picks.
Ren.
Qhorin. Jon Snow, Lamy. Cleo's Frey. He's not important, but he was nice. All right. Let me see what this message was. I really do need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to have to.
Why haven't you gone to the bathroom?
Chad said do a music break, and yeah, we'll do a music break. We'll be right back, guys. Okay. And then we'll come down.
Everyone go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Everyone go. Well. All right.
I'll go.
And the reveal. Who's back? Oh, well, we got to give the ladies more time. That's fair. And we're back. Oh, yeah. I'm just, there we go. That's pretty good. Second place to Mickey and bringing up the rear. There you go. Mickey, you have truly been, hey. People are like, Dave didn't wash his hands. Look, you're not in the same room with me. It's none of your business. There's no germs coming through. Yeah, thank you, Mickey. Thank you. Let's see. Does any of my videos talk about the references from the book Lucifer's Comet? No. Nope. Never heard of that. There's one called Lucifer's Hammer that I've heard of. Nettles is back. What's going on, Mickey?
Oh, I was cleaning the screen because I put a smudge on it when I was touching it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do we see other people in the background? Do you not live by yourself in a cave like other YouTubers?
It puts the lotion on
Maybe.
its skin.
I have wait, let me see if I can get her. Hold on.
I thought it was just you and the wolves. Exactly. Did you see her wolf on the other stream, Nettles? She has a red-headed husky called Sansa. And now her screen is frozen, of course.
Man, I wish I had the guts and the type of personality to have like big dogs. Because I would, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. They didn't want to come to me. It's okay.
Well,
the aesthetics.
Mind of their own. Mind of their own. Okay, so we're gonna. Oh, okay. Shay and Tywin. Yeah, this is probably one where we don't have to read the quote. We do know the scene very well. Tyrion is framed for Joffrey's murder. He demands trial by combat. Oberyn loses. So, by the way, we're evaluating Tyrion's murders of Shay and Tywin. That's what we're voting on in this poll.
Yeah.
So, Oberyn volunteers. He loses. So Tyrion is sentenced to death. Varys loses Tyrion from the Black Cells and leaves a crossbow right at the entrance to the room and tells him how many rungs up there. So it seems like Varys setting Tyrion on this path. And then he finds Shay in Tywin's bed. So, of course, Tyrion has fooled himself into thinking that Shay loves him and that Shay had a choice in her testimony against him in court, which she didn't, and she didn't. And so we see the showdown. The weeping death. He strangles Shay with a chain of hands and asks her, did you ever love me? And she says, of course, my giant of Lannister. And he doesn't believe her, which just complete, is deep psychosis from Tyrion here. Not in psychosis, but psychological issues going on. And then, of course, he shoots his father on the privy. They sort of have a showdown over saying the W word or not. But it's, Tywin says, you're no son of mine. And Tyrion shoots him and goes down the darkest path of his character arc. So what do you think? How would you express the motivations of Tyrion, Nettles, in both of these killings?
Crime of passion. He didn't think it through. Tyrion is smarter than this. But once again, this goes into the theme of what makes it so bad is the betrayal of it all. When Shay looks at Tyrion, at some point through the strangling, she must think okay, he'll let go, and he doesn't. It's the betrayal of it all. Tywin looks at Tyrion. He's like, all right, this is my dwarf son, he's not gonna kill me. The betrayal of it all. He does kill him. So yeah, the motive is definitely just crime of passion, not anything really that he thought through, because he didn't know that these people were going to be doing these things, right? But dang, these are horrible murders. When I put myself in the place of Shay, I let you see inside me and you're gonna kill me, no, that's foul. I'm your dad and you're going to kill me, that's foul. Oh, it's so bad. Tyrion could have let both of them live. Even Tywin, he could have shot him in the leg and just left him with the problem of having to poop while there's an arrow in your leg. Tyrion would have had time to get away. Everything would have been the same, except, Tywin would have been alive. He could have done that. No, he chose to kill him. Same thing with Shay. He could have just hurt her and taught her a lesson and sent her running, or had her imprisoned or something. I don't know. Let me
do this. We need separate polls. Maynard, I screwed up on this. We really need separate polls for these two events. Let's just start over. Let's do the first one on Tywin. I don't even know that we need to do a poll on Shay, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, that's just a murder, and I don't really need to see whatever percentage of people would have done that particular
Yeah,
one, actually. So
we
let's
know how
just
we
run
feel
the
about
poll
it.
again and do the Tywin one. It's not too easy. Um, it's not a great idea. That wasn't justified. Like, Tywin is a messed up dude, but are we seal clapping for Tyrion just murdering him in cold blood? Like, I'm not, personally. So let's do the poll again. Let's just keep it on Tywin. Because the Shay thing is obviously wrong. Like, she's absolutely powerless in this whole situation. So I don't, yeah, I just, I don't know. Don't need to hear anyone's bad take on that. But yeah, Mickey and Nettles, what would you, well, I think I agree with everything you said, Nettles.
Yeah, this is
I,
so
Tyrion is
bad.
disgusting. He really is here.
Betrayal.
Just Mickey, go ahead. Save me.
I think this is the his moment, the canon event for Tyrion when he goes down his dark path. I think he feels like he's justified in these things. I think he's already a guy on the run. So what else are two murders? They already think he killed Joffrey, right? So for him, I can see it's this desperation, a quick sense of justice that he wouldn't have gotten in a trial. And I think for Tywin, he's living in that fantasy head. I mean, he thinks he still has all this power over Tyrion, but I think Tyrion at this point is going through, a psychosis of some sense, right? Um, he's really in this mania, and I think Tywin doesn't see that. I don't think he's ever really thought of Tyrion as a person, just a tool, or rather just a smear on his perfect record. So, would I have done what Tyrion did? No, because Tywin's my dad. Of course not. I love my dad. Um, no, I think with Shay, it was betrayal. I think because he's so sensitive about his dad, that's probably why that happened. So that was like a crime of passion. Tywin, did he deserve it? I think Tywin deserved a lot of things, but I think kinslaying is abhorrent. Obviously, killing someone is abhorrent in general, but I think it is ironic that Tywin went down in the most embarrassing way possible because Tywin has always prided himself on being really strong, powerful, but
Yeah.
he got killed on the toilet. I mean, yeah, I think George wanted it to feel like justice for a lot of us. I just felt it was like, really, Tyrion? Like, really? Then you're not as good as what you say you are. Like, you just became the monster that people see you as.
Sean is saying the volume is way up. Is there
I
something
think
with the
Sean is
volume?
speaking metaphorically. It's not talking
Oh,
about anyone's volume. The volume of your facial expressions, I think he was saying. Sorry, I just got a little bit of a good dab there. Tyrion is a broken man at this point, a truly broken man in the cultural context of the story, and maybe any story. I just spent $5 to say this. Yeah. So again, Tyrion is disgusting, and he does some horrible things. We can still see and sympathize with certain aspects of what's happened to him. Obviously, like, he's got a disability that's very discernible. Not only the dwarfism, but also like his foot, like he walks weird, like, so
oh
he's been mistreated all of his life. His father's treated him terribly and stuff. But of course he's internalized this and turned it. Yeah, what am I trying to say? He's been traumatized and scarred by it, and he's absorbed a lot of the wrong lessons that Tywin is sort of showing and teaching, as have all of his children. And then, yeah, there's these series of things. He's in the black cells, facing his own death. Then the horrific revelation of Tysha, which I guess we could have put as its own entry. It's not a murder, but it's the destruction of a person, and possibly the most horrific story in the story. Like, I'm not sorry not to read it, frankly. But yeah, that happened to Tyrion. And then it's so hard to even talk about. Like, Tyrion's a victim in the thing, and then at the very end, Tywin like co-ops him into complicity, um, which is it's just awful, and that's kind of the making of Tyrion. So we as a reader, I think maybe what George is doing here, he's dropping this really shocking story of Tysha in this moment so that we feel some of the shock and disorientation that Tyrion is experiencing in that moment. And then so when he goes up there and finds Shay, he kills his father. It's like a horror movie. It's like this escalating tension. If there was a soundtrack, it'd be all skittery violins, and the tension is just raising and raising, and like these revelations, and he's killing people, and it's just like gods. It's terrifying. Yeah, we're doing the Tywin part first. We discussed Shay too. What are we? Am I being attacked here? What's going on?
Yeah, the shape part just goes without saying.
Yeah,
I just want to say quickly, just to add weight to that $5 you spent. Tyrion's my favorite character, so I appreciate any talk about him. So thanks, I appreciate it.
He's a very he's got Jamie's wit, but there's this where Jamie turns into cynicism and just kind of like being passionless. Tyrion turns nasty at that same like juncture. They split in how they deal with these things.
yeah. I will say, story wise, it is satisfying again for Tywin to go out the way he did, as someone who came into the city proud and loud, and someone to save the realm. Right, Tywin came in to the when all that stuff went down, but he goes out without a sound, like a lion who could not roar. He goes out and is kind of disgraced even by the Silent Sisters. I mean, it was everything that the reader probably wanted for him, I think. My only thing is why I'm not so gung-ho about the way he died is because he probably deserved more, but I'm mostly concerned that Tyrion goes down this such a dark path, and it's more about Tyrion at this point than it is about Tywin.
So we skipped this with Arya, but only because we usually talk about it with her a lot. The effect that becoming a killer has on you, even in these ones where they're kind of justified. Dany killing the slave masters, Arya, some of her killings arguably justified. We're supposed to weep for the fact that an 11-year-old is becoming a killer. Like it's not good. It's dark. And it always, when you appoint yourself as the death angel, even if you're killing someone who deserved to die, you're going to pay a price for doing that. And that's exactly what you're talking about, Mickey. Like, did Tywin deserve to die? Sure, absolutely. The guy's a mass murderer. But was it a good idea for Tyrion to do that? No. And is he paying a price on his soul? Yes, absolutely. So there's a lot of stuff going on there as far as Tyrion's psychology. We got into it. We did a Lannister family stream where we got into a lot of this motivation with Tyrion and Shay and how he's sort of fooling himself, and he knows he's fooling himself, but he still gets carried away with it. The more you look into it, the more you feel for Shay, really. Like, she's just trying to get by in the world from all appearances. And like I said, when you catch the eye of a prince as a sex worker, you don't really have much choice other than try to keep him happy. Like, that's what you got in front of you. So you can make a lot of money, but things can turn on you in an instant. And we've seen that in multiple cases. So your thoughts, Nettles?
No, just here to agree with all that.
So a lot of people would have killed Tywin. 72%. Guys, I know we're in the spirit of things, but I just want to say you shouldn't kill your parents, even if they're terrible. I do support going no contact, if that's what you need to do. But
Oedipus told us to.
What'd you say?
I said Oedipus told us to.
Oedipus told us to. They said might. Bebe the Bard is like might. Yeah, no, well, yeah, I mean, if you rocked somebody with all those revelations and you got somebody in the black cells, you're not necessarily using your best judgment or in your best circumstance to use judgment. So sure. Real world morals, that's an oversimplification, Purple Lemonade. Morals don't, what you're talking about is like context. Like the modern context, you can't always apply to a different time period. But morals are pretty simple. We're talking about murder here. So, you know, age gap relationships are slightly different in a different context, but murder is definitely murder. And when we're talking about, I don't know which one we're talking about, but yeah, you know, I don't think, I also don't think that modern authors are writing books where we're supposed to suspend our morals. Like when he talks about Azor High killing his wife Nissa, we're supposed to think about that and be like, I don't know about that guy. My opinion, but Shay and Tywin. So, anything else to say about this? We need to move on. I think we pretty much covered it. It's the beginning of Tyrion's very, very dark turn. So,
Dark Tyrion, the villain.
Lord Tywin Lannister did not, in the end, shit gold. So that's kind of a great closing line. Oh, Mickey dropped off. I'm sure she'll be right back. So, Jon Snow's mutiny, Nettles. If you recall, the circumstances that led to it. Jon was Lord Commander, but he sent his friends to other castles. So he's without allies. It's an interesting strategy. There's Mickey. Oh, you're in the green room. Come out of the green room. There you are. All right. So as we said before, Jon is attempting an alliance with the wildlings. He doesn't really explain the plan very well, though. He doesn't do very good rollout. A corporate rollout of the plan is not good. And Ramsay's letter throws everyone into chaos. And Jon announces to the Night's Watch that he wants to save Arya with a wildling army, which is legal. So, we're judging Jon Snow's killing. It was done by Bowen Marsh and Wick Whittlestick. So, if you were a Night's Watchman with concerns like Bowen Marsh, would you have killed Jon Snow? Obviously, most of you would not have. Some people have watched the show and they still are mad at Jon. Fuck that guy. Yeah. But yeah, killing the Night's Watch Lord Commander is an abomination. I think that is right. So the methods were mutiny. Like I said, those were the guys that did it. And is there anything interesting in this quote here? Just the sorrow. Like both Wick and Bowen Marsh are tearful and regretful. Yeah. They don't hate Jon, but they are kind of like in Maester Cressen land. They're like, this guy is off the charts. He is out in La La Land making decisions that are bad for everyone. No one can get through to him. And now he's about to make a huge mistake, and so I'm going to take him out. Something like that. Yeah. And he never felt the fourth knife, only the cold, as we know. So, thoughts on Jon Snow's death? Obviously, we're not debating so much like, was it good? Wasn't good. It's almost like you're looking at Jon's perspective. How would you have managed that situation better? But you can take it any direction you want. Go ahead, Mickey.
So I said this earlier, but it parallels George Mormont's mutiny, and it also highlights how fragile the Night's Watch is, and how the brothers really in general have an issue with leadership, I guess, which I know a lot of people don't like their bosses. I know. But just how they didn't like the alliance with Craster. In this case, they don't like the alliance with the wildlings. They think they're doing what's best. We don't know how Stannis is going to feel about it, right? Because we're kind of left on a cliffhanger there. But I think
cliffhanger,
not related to this stream, but I also really like how he whispered to Ghost, and we know there's a reason why he did that. But that hurt my heart so much when he was like, Ghost, his final thoughts.
Yeah, it's mostly just very sad. Nettles, what do you think about Jon Snow being dead for 13 years now? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah. I lost what I was gonna say. It definitely is sad, but yeah, I lost what I was gonna say. It happens to the best of us.
You can go back to it if you want. It's Jon Snow's mutiny, you know. Like I said, he
Yeah,
wasn't very strategic. He was breaking the rules for the right reasons, but yeah, he
definitely an abomination. It's not okay. It's against the law. We know it's okay to kill peasants and common people, but not the leaders and not the rich people. Like it's not okay to kill John. Like on any.
yeah, there is
So
I won't say that I sympathize with the mutineers, but you can sort of see the perspective as far as like, you know, the Lord Commander and the Watch is getting ready to take a hand in the affairs of men. Like he's flagrantly breaking the law, and we should stop him. You know what I mean? Like that's where that conversation started. So that's why I was saying they're not. That's kind of fits them being regretful. They're not. They don't hate John Bowen Marsh. You know, it's just like, yeah, we can't tolerate what you're doing. So, which was technically illegal. I'll just make that point. But yeah, so there we go. 49% abomination, 27% not cool, but that's Westeros. I think that's where I'd come down on this one, meaning that like
abomination.
that is Westeros, and that like if you play politics that badly that and break the laws of the Watch, then that can happen. So yeah,
An
sorry, John.
abomination because they were his friends.
Yeah, he should have kept his friends close to been his top people to make the policy changes go over better.
Does the
You know,
crying
let
do
him know when there's a mutiny brewing. Sorry, what's that?
does the crying do anything for you?
Does what?
The crying, like the crying as they stab.
Oh, I just think it shows you their mindset. I mean, they're guilty of killing the Lord Commander. I'm just sort of saying you can understand why they got so desperate and felt like they had to do something. Because if they didn't, John's going to take an army and march to Winterfell. Maybe the next thing that happens is Ramsay Bolton marches up to Castle Black and puts everyone to death. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
No one cried for Mormont's mutiny. I think it means something for John.
Yeah, Jon Snow was
Well,
going to bed
Sam
west.
cried.
Too late. Not too late. That was after the fact.
So Kevin Lannister.
Well, he held Mormont's head in his lap.
But not cried as he killed him.
Oh, well, Sam didn't kill him, yeah. That's true.
Okay, so Kevin Lannister is killed at the end of Dance by a bunch of kids with knives, and also Varys, who shot him in the belly with a crossbow. This one is interesting because it's kind of out of left field, where we get this Kevin POV, and we're like, cool, Kevin's hand of the king, and it's winter in King's Landing, and it's White Raven, and he's doing stuff, and then he's shot. And oh no, he walks into the room and he sees Pycelle. That's it. Pycelle dead, head smashed, like face down in a pool of blood. He's like, what the hell? And then Varys gets him with the crossbow. And then he gives the speech. No, the eunuch's voice seemed deeper. He is here. Aegon has been shaped for rule since before he could walk. He's been trained in arms as befits a knight to be, but that was not the end of his education. He reads and writes. He speaks several tongues. He studied history and law and poetry. The Septa has instructed him in the mysteries of the faith since he was old enough to understand them, etc., etc., etc. Aegon knows that kingship is his duty, that a king must put his people first and live and rule for them. This is very optimistic thinking from Varys. He hasn't checked in on the product in a while. He's just doing the sales. That's okay. Kevin Lannister tried to cry out to his guards, to his wife, to his brother, but the words would not come. Yeah, his brother's dead. Blood dribbled from his mouth. He shuddered violently. I am sorry, Varys wrung his hands. You are suffering, I know, yet here I stand, going on like some silly old woman. Time to make an end to it. The eunuch pursed his lips and gave a little whistle. Sir Kevin was cold as ice, and every labored breath sent a fresh stab of pain through him. He glimpsed movement, heard the soft scuffling sound of slippered feet on stone. A child emerged from a pool of darkness, a pale boy in a ragged robe, no more than 9 or 10. Another rose up behind the Grand Maester's chair. The girl who had opened the door for him was there as well. They were all around him, 6 of them, white-faced children with dark eyes, boys and girls together, and in their hands, the daggers. And that's the end of A Dance with Dragons. So, the motive here is sowing chaos. And there's a part of the speech earlier that I didn't clip, but he's talking about Cersei will be paranoid and she'll see shadows everywhere and she's already a bad ruler. Won't that be great? Sorry, Cersei, no offense. But yeah, so this is obviously the plot is to destabilize Cersei so Fagon can come riding in gallantly and put things to right. This, we all know this. Yeah, thoughts, Nettles. What any observations about this?
For this one, this is giving me like oh, is it Psycho? What's the one with the boy in the hotel with the mother, the dead mother?
Psycho, yeah.
Psycho, just kind of just
yeah.
like that slasher, like like this, and in their hands the daggers, just like this feeling of like you can't escape this death that's coming onto you. Like this horror writing is amazing. The fact that I can like see that with just these words, so I love that aspect of it. Definitely for me, an abomination. I would not do this. I'm not taking out family like just like ever. And then I'm not doing it in this way. If I have to take out family, it's gonna be a little poison in your sleep. You don't even know. Something peaceful. This is so sharp and the metal and the smell of pennies. No. This is a horrible way to go.
Yeah, this is definitely some Waymar parallels here too. Kevin is cold as ice, like Waymar, and then there's 6 white-faced children, and that's all the others are, in the sense that they're green seer spirits. They're white-faced relatives of the children of the forest, and they kill Waymar. They close in, and it was cold butchery. It's the same thing here. They're closing in, and there's daggers, and
Yeah.
I definitely heard that music. So yeah, it's a political killing, and that's why Varys is like, yeah, sorry, I'm going on, and you're in pain. We'll put you, no offense or anything, nothing personal. So Thistle, this is a truly horrible one. There's a couple lines that I wanted to call out from this bit. Obviously, Thistle, they're both starving. This is after the battle. They're survivors. Varamir is got an injury. He took that squirrel skin cloak from a dead woman, and her son ran out from the bush and stabbed him. So he's got this wound, and Thistle doesn't have a wound. So Thistle's out foraging, and Varamir is brooding. And already the hut was growing colder. He's waiting. He can't get the fire burning again, so he's calling out for Thistle. And it says, her chin was pointed and her nose flat. She had a mole on one cheek and 4 dark hairs growing from it. An ugly face and hard. Yet he would have given much to glimpse it in the door of the hut. I should have taken her before she left. How long had she been gone? 2 days? 3? Faramir was uncertain. It was dark inside the hut, and he had been drifting in and out of sleep, never sure if it was day or night outside. Wait, she'd said, I'll be back with food. So like a fool he waited, dreaming of Hagon and Bump, and blah, blah, blah. And then he convinces himself she won't be coming back, but then she does. And it says, abomination, he heard Hagon saying. It was almost as if he were there in the room. She was just some ugly spear wife, Faramir told him. I am a great man. I am Varamir, the warg, the skin changer. It is not right that she should live and I should die. No one answered. There was no one there. Thistle was gone. She had abandoned him, but of course, she hadn't. She comes back. And she's trying to wake him, and she says, they're coming. The army of the dead is coming. Wake up, we've got to go. So she's trying to save his life. How does he thank her? By trying to steal her body, which he does. Thistle arched her back and screamed. Abomination. Was that her or him or Hagon? He never knew. His old flesh fell back into the snowdrift as her fingers loosened. The spearwife twisted violently, shrieking. His shadow cat used to fight him wildly, and the snow bear had gone half mad for a time, snapping at trees and rocks and empty air, but this was worse. Get out! Get out! He heard her own mouth shouting. Her body staggered, fell, and rose again. Her hands flailed. Her legs jerked this way and that, and this way and that in some grotesque dance, as his spirit and her own fought for the flesh. She sucked down a mouthful of the frigid air, and Varamir had half a heartbeat to glory in the taste of it, and the strength of this young body before her teeth snapped together and filled his mouth with blood. She raised her hands to his face. You notice the pronouns are like wandering all over the place here. He tried to push them down again, but the hands would not obey, and she was clawing at his eyes. Abomination, he remembered, drowning in blood and pain and madness. When he tried to scream, she spat their tongue out. So, a different kind of horror. This is a magical horror. This is a horror, a killing that is only possible with the skin changer magic that exists in this world. And as ever, George asks himself, what would the darkest among us do with the given magic power? And so we see here the struggle, the instinct to survive is very strong. And that's where Varamir is. He's on the brink of death. And so he tries to do this thing, and it seems like Thistle might be intentionally killing herself so that he can't take her. Is that what you think is going on?
Yeah, I definitely think so. She doesn't even want him to scream. She's like, nope, taking the tongue out. No, you're not even going to use my voice to do anything. So yeah, she's just like, he picked the wrong one.
Yeah, she's pretty tough. So she's not just terrified, like she's fighting it from the beginning. Yeah, viciously. Mickey, your thoughts?
Yeah. When I was reading this or rereading this, I don't know why I'm getting any back audio. Good. But anyway, okay, good. When I was reading this, I was reminded, and again, I don't know anyone's feelings over this show, so I don't want to hear it. David, you included. So it reminded me of the Rings of Power after it's a flashback to Sauron getting stabbed by Adar, and then he like turns into this little sludge thing, and he's just like crawling over everything trying to find a body.
I liked the sludge thing, for the record.
Yeah. And then he comes into like a person, and then he continues living through them, and that's kind of what I imagine Varamir's trying to do, right? He's like in this desperation, I'm gonna die, I need someone. And I mean, I guess obviously she's like, okay, no, this is not cool. I mean, that's to say the least, it's not cool. And I do think she realized the kind of person he is, or like, if someone could do this to me, what would they do to others in my own body? So I do agree with Nettles that, cutting out your own or biting off your own tongue is so metal, and you would only do it if you were really desperate. So
it's an extremely metal scene all the way around, for sure. Just really grim. I mean, this whole chapter it's incredible writing. I mean, Varamir, the way that Varamir or George unravels, that's not the word. The way he reels out the story in little bits. Varamir is struggling for life, and he's having these flashbacks, and it's just all building up to this thing so that we can understand why and how and what kind of person he is. So
Yeah.
UK Nettles?
Yeah. The type of horror for me that this reminds me of is like the anything with like tentacles, alien abduction, being inseminated with stuff, feeling like there's something in your body that's not supposed to be there, it fighting you, you fighting it, things bursting from the chest. All of that type of horror is like what this reminds me of. And then he gives us that visceral biting of the tongue at the end to remind us of, like I said, that tentacle, that foreign thing that's in your body.
Yeah, and of course, as I've pointed out, this is Azor Ahai invading the Weirwood Net and killing Nissa Nissa. This is a very important symbolic echo of it, and it just shows you the invasion and the wrongness of it. So, very important. And of course, that's the symbolism. They're turning into a Weirwood tree. She's clawing her eyes out and spitting out the tongue. So there's bloody mouth, bloody eyes, carved face. All of it's happening, and they're right in front of a Weirwood tree too. So there's lots of symbolism going on, but this is we're 4 hours into the stream, and it is time to wrap it up. We've got
How
the
many do
last
we have left?
2.
Yeah, this is fine. This
No
is
problem.
too good.
Piece of cake. We got it. I do appreciate both you guys giving me all this time. So, don't I have a whole dragon chest burster video? Absolutely, I do. Absolutely. That's called Dracomorph. What were you doing, Mickey? What was that? I see. I don't know how to do heart hands well. I do it lame. I'm old. So.
Wow. Then do these.
What are those?
They're tiny hearts.
Oh.
They're tiny.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Rickard and Brandon. So, this scene is just crazy. It's actually a Cat and Jaime scene. Jaime is imprisoned, and he's all, you know how Rickard and Brandon died, right? And she's like, yeah, they were strangled or something. And he's like, well, a bit more to it than that. And she's like, I don't want to know this. And Jaime goes on. This is kind of a Jaime monologue, so I'm going to go ahead and read this here. Let's see. Unless you want to read it, Nettles. Nettles, you could do Jaime. Why don't you read it? I've been talking a bunch. You want to read Jaime's?
Okay.
Yeah.
Starting from Jaime.
He was on his way to Riverrun.
Okay.
No,
he was
Jaime poured the last half cup of wine. Yeah, there you go.
Jaime poured the last cup of wine. He rode into the Red Keep with a few companions, shouting for Prince Rhaegar to come out and die. But Rhaegar wasn't there. Aerys sent his guards to arrest them all for plotting his son's murder. The others were Lord's sons too, it seems to me. Ethan Glover was Brandon's squire.
I was gonna do Cat for you,
yeah,
but go ahead, Mickey. Why don't you do Cat?
No, you do Cat.
Okay. Ethan Glover was Brandon's squire, Catelyn said. He was the only one to survive us. The only one to survive. The others were Geoffrey Mallister, Kyle Royce, and Elbert Arryn, John Arryn's nephew and heir. It was queer how she still remembered the names after so many years. Aerys accused them of treason and summoned their fathers to court to answer the charge, with their sons as hostages. When they came, he had them murdered without trial, fathers and sons both.
There were trials of a sort. Lord Rickard demanded trial by combat, and the king granted the request. Stark armored himself as for battle, thinking to duel one of the king's guard. Me, perhaps. Instead, they took him to the throne room and suspended him from the rafters, while 2 of Aerys's pyromancers kindled a blaze beneath him. The king told him that fire was the champion of House Targaryen.
Fire is the champion of House Targaryen.
So all Lord Rickard needed to do to prove himself innocent of treason was, well, not burn. When the fire was blazing, Brandon was brought in. His hands were chained behind his back, and around his neck was a wet leathern cord attached to a device the king had brought from Tyrosh. His legs were left free, though, and his long sword was set down just beyond his reach. The pyromancers roasted Lord Rickard slowly, banking and fanning that fire carefully to get a nice, even heat. His cloak caught first, and then his surcoat, and soon he wore nothing but metal and ashes.
You want
Next,
to
he would
keep
sit
that
to
heat
cook.
even. It's important to get the nice, even heat. Go ahead.
Yeah. Gordon
You
Ramsay.
mute this. Hang on.
Gordon Ramsay said this. Next, he would start to cook. Ares promised, unless his son could free him. Brandon tried, but the more he struggled, the tighter the cord constricted around his throat. In the end, he strangled himself. As for Lord Rickard, the steel of his breastplate turned cherry red before the end, and his gold melted off his spurs and dripped down into the fire. I stood at the foot of the Iron Throne in my white armor and white cloak, filling my head with thoughts of Cersei. After Gerald Hightower himself took me aside and said to me, "You swore a vow to guard the king, not to judge him. That was the White Bull, loyal to the end, and a better man than me, I'll agree."
I love that last line. Just like, hey, Joe Hightower. Everyone says he's a good guy. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't say that. I hate all those Kingsguard. I think they're all terrible. Especially Gerald Hightower for just this reason. But yes, this is pure horror. And it's one of those ones where George is using the technique where each sentence, it gets more horrible. Like, oh, he was
Yeah.
strangled. Oh, no, he was banked above a fire. Oh, well, his son was there, and he was slowly strangled as he tried to save him. Like, it just gets worse and worse and worse. What do you remember the first time you read this? This is another one where I would ask you, like, what do you remember the reaction of, like, just it's a long time ago, perhaps, but
Just feeling anger, just hating the Mad King. Just all of the bad feelings directed at the Mad King.
Yeah, I think the common saying of when a Targaryen's born, a coin is flipped. I think you can see where this one landed with the Ares. And when I reread it the other day, I was actually reminded of House of the Dragon, where Aegon gets cooked in his suit, you know, or his armor. And unfortunately, this is what happened with Lord Rickard. So it's kind of an interesting callback. I don't know if it was intended, but it could be. In my mind, in my head canon, throwback to that. And also it's Ares thinks he's really clever with the fire is my champion thing, and that just makes it so much darker because of course he would. Of
right.
course he would say that, right?
He kind of ate that one. He kind of ate.
He did. He did, honestly. I don't know. I think and I don't think it would have mattered what the Starks came to King's Landing for. I think he's just always itching to use that wildfire, you know?
Yeah.
And he could sit there and say, "You threatened my son's life," after they were upset with Lyanna being in their mind stolen. I don't think it would have gone well for them either way. They could have gone about it the most civil, nicest way possible, but Ares is gonna do what Ares is gonna do.
Yeah, and you have
sucks.
to remember, like, the whole sequence of it. The real problem here was that Ares was a bad king for many years, and there was a conspiracy brewing against him, which he was starting to catch wind of. And so there was just a lot of tension. And then that sort of Lyanna Rhaegar thing, which Littlefinger may have been the one to make sure that Brandon heard about it at the end of the crossroads there. The part of the quote that I cut off is where Kat was saying, "Oh yeah, he was on his way, you know, to River Run or to some from River Run when he heard the news, and no, he went to River Run is where it would have been, and when he heard the news and went south, and yeah, it was a rash thing to do. So, wolf blood gonna wolf blood, yeah." So that was sort of just the spark that set off the tinderbox, but the tinderbox was already good and dry and ready to burn, as we have talked about pretty extensively in all these RLJ videos. So yeah,
Yeah.
obviously an abomination. 1% riding for Aries there.
In
And
that
so
top,
who's
I just wanted to say, like, if I have to pick one out of all this top 20, that's up there. That's up there as like one. Let me hear. Yeah,
the worst one to you?
worst one out of
Most
these. Yeah.
horrifying? I think I'm going to stick with Cersei sending Felice Stokeworth down to Qyburn in the way that she did. Like, there's something about that fake, "Oh, I'm going to care for you. I'm going to take care of you. Like, you're traumatized. I'm going to take care of you. Go with the torturer." That's just, but yeah, but this is, I wanted to close with Rickard and Brandon because I was thinking this is the most horrible murder in Ice and Fire. And then
Yeah.
Maynard Plum was like, why don't we close with something slightly, not the worst? And so we're doing Frey Pies last.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're not wrong. This is one of the worst. Mickey, what do you think is the worst on the list here? Oh, that's the chat too. What do you think is the worst, guys?
Well, I mean, I think I'm the best, so anything I'm in would be the worst or the best of the worst. I'm joking. I think Brandon and Rickard is horrible, mostly because we get so much imagery with it. George spends a lot of time, and it's while Jamie was there, we're hearing it from him, and I guess that's the closest we're gonna get from the source, And I think it's also horrifying to know that, like in other scenarios that we see, is the Kingsguard are there to protect the king, but in Aerys' reign, they're honestly more like enablers than anything that have to just stand and watch all the horrible stuff he does. How he treats his wife, how he treats others. They're not really protecting him so much as they are watching their witnesses. So I think that's also horrible about it, is the others that are there, just you can't do anything about it.
Thistle is pretty horrible. Theon killing the Miller's wives, children, like when that was when he was sleeping with her. Like, sorry, Nettles, we keep talking at the same time. Go ahead.
No, yep, definitely agreeing with you that, and Ramsay's inception as well, or conception. Sorry.
Yeah, that's just really dark.
Below the corpse.
Oh, Lady Hornwood. I forgot about Lady Hornwood. Ramsay's murder of Lady Hornwood. That was horrific.
Yeah.
I knew there'd be some I forgot. There's a lot of murders.
There's so many. Shay is up there.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. The way he's like to the very end, he's like, "Did you really love me?" It's like, bro, you paid her money.
Stop killing her. At any point, you could just lessen, like, you don't have to do much. Just like a twitch of an arm will lessen the grip.
So can we come up with a top 4 to do, because we can only do 4 entries in a poll. If we had to do 4, Maynard Plum. Let's see, Rickard and Brandon, Theon and the Miller's children. What were the other ones we said?
One of the mutinies, either Mormont, John, or Qhorin Halfhand.
The Mormont mutiny was
Mormont mutiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They cried at
the Red
John.
Wedding. I mean, that's kind of a classic one.
Okay.
Yeah, I would throw. I was thinking
Thistle.
I was thinking Thistle and
Thistle.
yeah, and I would vote Felice Stokeworth.
What
I
about
wouldn't want to get
Ramsay's
sent to Qyburn,
conception?
guys. I mean,
Okay, the police thing is, I feel like you have a fear of the unknown. Like for you, because it's not spelled out, it's
I'm
really bad
closing
for
down the
you.
stream. This stream is over. Where's the button? No
No, for real.
psychoanalyzing the host.
I'm like, police. I'm like, yeah, it's horrible, but I don't know what's going on. I know the order of which Rickard's clothes burned. There's a difference. But you can have your Felice. Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead.
it's brutal. It's one of those. Red Wedding. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's hopeless to try to narrow it down.
No,
It's-
Okay, how
I think
about we each
have.
pick one? Let's each pick one.
We've only named like 5, and the top 5 is a good number that can be shortened down to 3
That's true.
or 4.
We can only do 4 for a poll.
Okay, Rickard and Brandon, Thistle,
Yes.
and then
Red
Mormont
Wedding.
Mutiny.
I see. I don't think the
Red
Mormont
Wedding.
Mutiny is as high. I don't think that's as high.
Okay, then take that one out.
I think the Red Wedding gets on there. The Red Wedding would be 3rd, right?
Yeah. So we need a 4th.
Okay. Yes.
What do you say, Nuddles?
I want to put these essential workers, the Millers, either the ones Theon did or Ramsay's conception, because it's just so horrible. But also, now I'm thinking about Shay. Let's just do what we said.
We can add Theon and the boys.
I forgot about Elia's children and Elia herself.
Yeah.
That's good.
Oh my
I don't
gosh,
want to
yeah,
read
we
that one
didn't
either.
include that.
That's why I wanted the mountain gone, because I thought about Elliot. But no, it's too late.
Yeah.
Spill milk. We have
Too late.
3. We add 3. Let's add the 4th one, which is Theon. Because he slept with the
Yeah.
Millers, come on.
Yeah, let's do that one.
How rude.
So Theon and the Miller's kids. Okay, so what we've got, Maynard Plum, is Rickard and Brandon, Thistle, Red Wedding, and Theon killing the Miller's children. I think that's a pretty solid list. Theon is like, he's such a terrible person.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, while
a
we're
lot of
waiting for him
people
to cobble
feel
up
bad
some
for
version.
him.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, a lot of people do feel bad for him once he becomes Reek. But for some reason, with me, I'm like, the North remembers, bitch. Like, I'm not going to forget what you did. There's nothing that he could do to make what he did hurt any less. Like, I don't, I know the show is like, oh, he saved Sansa, or the book, he saved Jane, right? And it's like, I don't know if that's enough, but maybe that's the tragedy of it, that nothing could ever be enough for life lost.
Yeah.
I think it's enough, but that's fine.
It's from the same pit of evil. I'll say that. So the Frey Pies, obviously this is a follow-up to the Red Wedding, as we discussed. Couple of Freys go missing, leaving White Harbor. It happens all the time. North's a big place. The trails are confusing in the woods. They didn't show up. They got baked into pies. And we've got our poll. Can you even pick a worst? Oh, good wording, Maynard Plum. Well done. Theon, Thistle, Rickard, Red Wedding.
Red Wedding was sweeping. Y'all don't care about Rickard and Brandon. Wow, traitors to the North. I don't want to ever see y'all wearing no wolf hoodies, nothing. Rickard and Brandon, 8%. Look at this. Wow, Lion Liquors. Y'all lick
Red
the
Wedding
booty.
was Starks too. Starks are good at dying.
Whoa.
He cooked. Jamie said the dripping of the melted. No.
He cooked him in his armor in front of his son. Like
As he reached and reached.
it's
Think
pretty
about how
twisted, y'all.
hard
It's pretty
he
twisted.
reached for the sword. Like, that's for me the heartbreaking part. Because, come on.
The Red Wedding, like, it's pretty. When Walder's like, it's a grandson, and he's, like, that was such a sad moment. And then Catelyn's like, all right, well, I'm gonna keep my word. And she cuts his throat, and it's just like, you can feel the woodenness of it. It's like, oh, you're gonna die, and this is over. Like, this isn't happening. Rob's dead. Like, Rob dying before the end of the scene is so... It makes you feel as empty as Catelyn at the end of it. It's just like, oh, been gutted.
But
Washing
yeah.
it all.
I'm proud of the people who voted for Thistle. Good job, guys. No, that... I hope none of us have to experience our bubble being invaded.
The Red Wedding also...
Not here, not physically, no.
It's worth mentioning the Red Wedding also involved the burning tents dropped on the soldiers. So that was kind of messed up.
Not good. Not good.
Burned a bunch of people alive. Suffocating, burning canvas. Like, that sucks.
But also remember the essential workers, the miller.
Yeah, he's going to grind her corn, Theon. So... Red Wedding is winning, but yeah, all these things are horrific and are getting some support. You talked up Rickard and Brandon to 21%. Look at you. So, okay, so Frey Pies. I'm anxious to get to the poll because I want to see how much support there is. I support this. I just do. Soon I must return to the feast to toast my friends of Frey, Manderly continued. They watch me, sir. Day and night their eyes are on me, noses sniffing for some whiff of treachery. You saw them, the arrogant Sir Jared and his nephew Rhaegar, that smirking worm who wears a dragon's name. Behind them both stands Simon, clinking coins. That one has bought and paid for several of my servants and 2 of my knights. One of his wife's handmaids has found her way into the bed of my own fool. If Stannis wonders that my letters say so little, it is because I dare not trust my maester. Theomore is all head and no heart. You heard him in my hall. Maesters are supposed to put aside old loyalties when they don their chains, but I cannot forget that Theomore was born a Lannister of Lannisport and claims some distant kinship to the Lannisters of Casterly Rock. Foes and false friends are all around me, Lord Davos. They infest my city like roaches, and at night I feel them crawling over me. My son Wendell came to the twins a guest. He ate Lord Walder's bread and salt, and hung his sword upon the wall to feast with friends, and they murdered him. Murdered, I say, and may the Freys choke upon their fables. I drink with Jared, jape with Simon, promise Rhaegar the hand of my own beloved granddaughter, but never think that means I have forgotten. The North remembers, Lord Davos. The North remembers, and the mummer's farce is almost done. My son is home. So, that was classic Wyman Manderly. That all the Wyman Manderly Davos stuff is just gold. We've done those chapters a bunch of times.
Yeah.
So
and I love how my son is home means it's safe to act.
Yeah, totally. And then we've got, let's see here. The wedding guests gorged on cod cakes and winter squash, hills of neeps and great round wheels of cheese, and smoking slabs of mutton and beef ribs charred almost black. And lastly, on 3 great wedding pies, as wide across as wagon wheels, their flaky crusts stuffed to the bursting with carrots, onions, turnips, parsnips, mushrooms, and chunks of seasoned pork swimming in savory brown gravy blood. Oh, I added the word blood in there. Ramsay hacked off slices with his falchion, and Wyman Manderly himself served, presenting the first steaming portions to Roose Bolton and his fat Frey wife, the next to Sir Hostine and Sir Aenys, the sons of Walder Frey. The best pie you've ever tasted, my lords, the fat lord declared. Wash it down with arbor gold and savor every bite. I know I shall. True to his word, Manderly devoured 6 portions, 2 from each of the pies, smacking his lips and slapping his belly and stuffing himself until the front of his tunic was half brown with gravy stains, blood stains, and his beard was flecked with crumbs of crust. Even fat Walder Frey could not match his gluttony, though she did manage 3 slices herself. Ramsay ate heartily as well, though his pale bride did no more than stare at the portion set before her. When she raised her head and looked at Theon, he could see fear behind her big brown eyes. Okay, that's a different plot line. All right, before it gets sad again, yes, we're eating people. Manderly, not only does he cook them into pies, he eats 6 pieces. That's the fucked up part of this. I'm sorry, it is though. That's what's so twisted. Like, he eats 6 pieces of pie. It's like, it's great. Your thoughts?
Gotta stay in character. He has to stay in character. He has to let them know it's okay to eat these. Joffrey's dying from pigeon pie. Okay,
Did he have to eat 6?
Yes, stay in character. Look at his size. That's like fat Albert or Norbert. How many slices would you expect them to eat? 6. Exactly 6.
He ate them pies. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I get why he wanted to do this. I think it's justifiable. I mean, the North remembers. F the phrase. Is it weird that he ate it and didn't wait for other people to eat it? Maybe, but I also think it was justice in his eyes. He's like, man, maybe the cook did a good job. I'm here. I'm gonna eat. And just a bonus, if I look like I'm having a good time, maybe everyone else will have a good time. So I guess him watching other people also consume is like satisfying for him. That's like what he needs at this moment.
He's just a savage. Like, that's how I take it. It's like Manderly is a savage. He does not mind eating these people. Like, he's the North remembers. He's like, we do this shit differently here. And yeah, it's just, that's it. It's like, these are the old customs, and he's just a little more comfortable with it than some of y'all Southerners are. So yeah, he enjoyed that pie.
I just want to be silly. What if his slices were normal? The cook made the Frey pie, but then there were some normal slices. He's like, okay, this one, that one. This one has 2 holes in it.
Well, that's definitely what I would be trying to do. I'd be like, okay, so you mark the one, and make sure you mark it, because I don't even know.
And he has to quickly eat those before someone else eats the good ones. Just kidding. He ate them people, and it was fine.
I might have done
the only
that.
issue
54%.
is
54%. What's the world come to, Mickey?
I don't know. I mean, they're just getting it done. Girls get it done.
Cannibalism. I don't know if that was meant to be used for cannibalism. But yeah, we got to get stuff done.
He ate with that. Okay. So, all right, guys. Well, this has been a very long stream, but it was a fun stream. And yeah, so we have lived the horror. Once again, make sure you subscribe to Mickey's Twitch.
So wait, was the top answer ending with the red wedding?
Yes.
As far as our top 4, okay, cool. I'm happy with all of them in the top 4.
No arguments there. No arguments there. So, all right, guys. We'll see you next Sunday with another stream. I might be able to get a video out this week. I'm not sure. I've been moving. I'm trying to get back into the workflow, but it's difficult. There's still straggling, moving stuff happening, but yeah, I'll keep it coming on Sunday for sure. And that's it, guys. I'm gonna go get some food, take care of my pets. Thank you, Mickey. Thank you, Nettles.
One last super chat.
Great job, everyone. Thank you, Air Wreck-It. Let's actually take a gander at those. Yep.
opens up 100 million super chats.
No, I think we pretty much read all these. Arya's channeling the worst parts of Ned, who also, like I said, I think Arya killing Daeron is actually more justified than Ned killing Garrett.
Yeah.
Rad Cook Legend, no. Kelly Johnson, but like I said, there was Wyman Manderley, so pretty much the same thing. All right, guys, thank you. You both been great guests. I'll have you back on soon, obviously, and see you next week.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.